Hello, hunters! Welcome back to the tribe. We are watching every single first impressions that have been dropped by the influencers that got early access. Went to the event. We watched 3 of them. We've gone through the Fighting Cowboy, the IGN one, and then a one by Bruce, which was full 3 hours of him just going over his first his first gameplay, which is awesome. So we've seen a lot of footage already. I've still got a lot. We've still got a lot to check out. So like if we just pop over here, we still got skill up, insert Richie, epic play. Like we got like 6 more videos to go through. More than that, honestly. We're gonna be watching these first impressions forever. And then we also got Nick G. Apparently he's got some really good content too I need to check out. So I might pop in that in Luality too. I haven't watched hers. I'm sure she has a I think that was it. That was her video. I haven't checked, but we need to do her first impressions one also. Her early access. I don't know which word it is, but I'm sure it's somewhere. So that's what we're doing today. If you're watching, I'm now on Twitch, Instagram, X, and YouTube, of course, YouTube being the primary one. So if you missed the earlier stream where we were watching that, that's on YouTube, and that's where I'm going to be focusing most of my efforts. But I am kicking everything else off. And to talk about that, I really want to mention that I'm going to be doing a giveaway. All right, 2 copies of Crimson Desert, and that's the deluxe edition. I'll be shipping those out to anyone. So we're going to be having that little giveaway on my X. All right, I'd like it if you guys would like, share, subscribe. I'll probably ask you guys to do a couple things on X because I need to grow my X. My X is trash. I've got like 4 or 7 subscribers or something. It's ridiculous. So we're gonna try and grow that with a little giveaway, and you know, the odds will be in your favor. I promise you. So get in there, and then hopefully, you know, join the Discord, hang out. Let's get ready to play some Crimson Desert when it does launch. But let's get into these first impressions, and I'm just going frame by frame. We're just trying to watch these. I've not seen them yet, a lot of these, so we're gonna be really watching for the first time. If we see anything cool, we'll stop, take a second to look it over, but let's jump in to the first one.
Video to learn more.
With skill up.
Okay, Crimson Desert, here we go. So the hype for this game is absolutely insane.
And it should be. I don't know, I'm so pumped for it. Let's check it out.
And I think that might come as a surprise to at least a few of you. Like, if you're already dialed into this thing, you'd know that hype is out there. But if you're not, you might be like, wait, this is the first time I'm hearing about this game. And I think there are some reasons that this is sitting in a few people's blind spots. Number 1, it comes from Pearl Abyss, who are a Korean studio that have never made a game intended for a Western console audience. Their main thing before this was Black Desert Online, the archetypical Korean MMO with all the visual style and grind that comes with that. Secondly, this game doesn't neatly fit into any typical genre bucket, and so I'm sure that more than a few people looked at it and thought, I don't know what the fuck that is, I guess it's not for me. But whether you're already on the hype train or you're just seeing this game for the very first time, there's probably one question that's dominating your thoughts. Is this game real? Can you really fly a dragon and a mech? Can a game really be this big and look this good? Sure, the combat looks flashy, but does it actually play well? Is this Zelda Sky Isle stuff that they got going on here just a lazy copy and paste of a world design element, or does it actually fit here, and is it additive to the experience in some way? And look, presupposing that this game is real, the more important question naturally follows, is it good, or is it simply too good to be true? Well, I played roughly 6 hours of this game recently at an event hosted by Pearl Abyss, and I can tell you that after that length of time playing the game, I'm definitely able to answer one of those questions, but I'm not quite yet ready to answer the second. I can tell you that
I'm loving the kicking people off of cliffs. Like that was he did that combo pretty cool. I'm surprised he didn't get hurt.
To the experience is good, or is it simply too good to be true?
Let's watch that again.
Well, I played roughly 6 hours of this game recently at an event hosted by Pearl Abyss, and I can tell you that after that length of time playing the game, I'm definitely able to answer one of those questions, but I'm not quite yet.
There's another hit while he's falling down the cliff. It probably stopped him from taking a lot of fall damage, because I don't think he took much.
After that length of time playing the game, I'm definitely able to answer one of those questions, but I'm not quite yet ready to answer the second. I can tell you that this game is definitely real. 100%. You see these visuals? This is running at 1440p max settings on an AMD RX 9070, and it's running super smooth, like absolutely incredible, and it's delivering some truly absurd draw distances and lighting and weather effects. Technically, this is the sort of game where I wouldn't believe it until I'd actually played it for myself, and now that I've actually played it, I still can barely believe it, but it's real, it definitely is. From a gameplay perspective, everything you've seen is 100% real as well. The combat has a lot of input depth that essentially makes it an open world character action game. There really is a summonable dragon to fly and a mech to drive, and I can confirm that because I flew it and I drove it. There really is a physics-based approach to puzzles.
What? He flew and drove the mech? Oh, I can't wait to see that later.
That asks you to move and break things to creatively solve puzzles. There really is a massive world made up of 5 distinct biomes, each of them with their own part to play in your grand adventure. The list goes on and on. Nothing that Pearl Abyss has shown you in their cinematic or gameplay trailers has been faked.
Wait, in fact, what is this? This is good. I've not seen this. All right, so let's take a peek at this. So you got a plate helm he's refined it twice.
This goes on and on. Nothing that Pearl Abyss has shown you in their cinematic or gameplay trailers has been faked. In fact, I'd say they've been holding back.
Okay, and so he could swap out his leather cloak for this plate, give him 2 additional.
The real game has even more surprises in store. So as for that second question, is it good? Why can't I answer that after 6 hours of playtime? Surely that's enough time to get some sense, right? Well, here's the thing. The preview was broken up into 2 blocks. About 4 hours spent with the game's introduction, and then 2 hours spent with the game's endgame state, where I had a fully leveled up character, and I could go anywhere, do anything, fight some endgame bosses, etc. That second half showed me the potential of this game. The boss encounters were fantastic, and the freedom to go anywhere was liberating, when the moment-to-moment combat of a fully upgraded, fully geared character was exhilarating. I got to experience the unlocked sandbox in a game that is very sandbox-driven, and it was great, and it made me really excited for Crimson Desert. And I desperately needed that injection of excitement, because the first couple of hours that I played with this game weren't great. They just weren't, but you've got to understand why. Crimson Desert is one of the most systems-heavy action games I've ever played, with possibly the most complex control scheme I've ever experienced in an action game. That naturally creates a gigantic learning curve as you are constantly being introduced to new systems and new abilities and new control scheme elements for 4 hours straight. It's impossible to hold it all in your head, and so that creates a lot of frustration early on. But coupled with that is the fact that many of the things the game wants you to do in that opening window are really poorly explained, either because they expect you to remember everything you've already been told, when that's basically impossible, or because the objectives themselves are just unclear. I'll put it this way. I did this preview with a number of other media and content creators, and there were Pearl Abyss staff hovering around us to help us out when we got stuck. They constantly had to stand over people's shoulders pointing out the solutions to problems so that we could keep progressing. And I was watching people around the room getting stuck on the exact same shit that I was getting stuck on because, like I said, it just was poorly explained. So that's painful, sure, but this game is so ambitious with everything that it's aiming for, I think it would be really unfair to judge it on the basis of a poor onboarding experience.
I mean, the onboarding experience is so important, though. It's not good to hear this, honestly. I hope that I hope they had a couple of features in it at the beginning, because I mean, if anything, these content creators are making them. They're gonna make casual players a little bit scared, which is not good.
Acting is superb. The visuals are absurd. The scope is gigantic. The combat is rich. The breadth of the gameplay on offer, from puzzle solving to exploration to crafting, is vast. There's just so much here. And above all else, I hope you take this away from my preview. I actually have a gut feeling that this is going to be pretty great. Weird and janky and uneven, but ultimately great, as I kept seeing flashes of brilliance as I was playing, and I kept dreaming of the moment when the tutorializing would end and the control scheme would be firmly committed to muscle memory, and at that point I could just begin truly experiencing what Crimson Desert has to offer. I wasn't able to get to that point during this preview, but I don't think that's a cause for concern, in the sense that some games just take a while to warm up. This is definitely one of them, and despite its very slow and sometimes painful start, I walked out of this preview extremely excited to play more, and ultimately optimistic about what Crimson Desert might end up being.
She'd have to run ragged if she could.
Typically, I like to break up most of my videos into discrete buckets like story, visuals, gameplay, etc. But for the purposes of this, I think it's better for me to walk through my preview experience sequentially, because I think it's a better way to show you the highs and lows of what this is all about. Okay, so Crimson Desert begins rather suddenly. You click the start button and then you're Cliff, standing there in the dead of night with a torchlit camp in front of you. Cliff is the game's fully voiced protagonist, by the way, and there's no character creation. Later on, you'll actually unlock other playable characters with their own storylines and combat styles and itemization, but even then it does appear as though Cliff remains the main protagonist throughout the entire game. As soon as you load in, you'll probably be thinking to yourself, holy shit, this game looks really good. And you'd be right. Crimson Desert is running on Pearl Abyss's proprietary engine that they call Black Space, and talking to the game's PR manager, he informed me that the engine was built from scratch, so it's not a fork of their previous engine that powers their MMO, and this engine was built with the express purpose of powering single-player open-world games that can run on a console. I'll talk about different aspects of the visuals as I go, but in this moment, 3 things really stood out to me. Number 1 was foliage density. I mean, you can see it here, and there's a lot of it. Number 2, foliage reactivity, because damn if it isn't all moving in the galing wind, with things like fireflies and floating leaves adding further texture to the setting. Finally, there's the darkness and the lighting, and there's a better showcase for this later on, but this is a game where darkness is actually dark, and the effect of torchlight is highly localized. That makes the darkness really matter in a way that it does in a few other games.
We've definitely already seen this before, and the rain sequence is so cool.
Anyway, eventually you start chatting with people, and this is when 2 of the game's biggest strengths reveal themselves: voice acting and tone. I think this cutscene really showcases it well.
We're just gonna sit here sipping this pig swill. I'd rather eat a blood-based plate. Hey! You looking to get some manners beaten into you? You better fucking pick that up! Or what,
You better pick that up.
Make me That's enough.
I skipped over that
You've got
earlier.
voice actors that feel like they've been pulled straight out of Game of Thrones, and then there's the tone. It's earnest, self-serious, adult, nothing remotely PG here. The scene really pulled me in, to be honest, and most of the scenes
Honestly, this graphics looks worse than the other graphics we've seen so far. I don't know why, but like just like the shine on his face, and his face wasn't looking great. I don't know.
saw throughout my playthrough maintained a similar tone, at least when we're on the ground. Soon after that, we're attacked, and Cliff and his Greymane clansmen are in a special attacks using button combos, dodges, parries, etc. It's a real power fantasy in the sense that the enemies you're fighting don't pose too much of a threat on their own, but there's a lot of them, and they ragdoll around when you hit them with a heavy attack, and it's all built towards letting you deal damage rather than constantly being on the defensive. The combat model evolves significantly later in the game, but from what I can tell, it's less about enemies becoming more dangerous and more about you becoming more dangerous, with really advanced inputs and combos that allow you to do some pretty crazy stuff. Anyway, despite Cliff's best efforts, hey, that's the end of him, right? This is the first time you encounter the Abyss Architect. Same.
I think we're actually gonna skip some of this. I want to see when
something, and me
we've already seen a lot of this. We've like literally seen everything on this, so we're gonna skip through some of his early stuff. I'm happy he's doing it in chronological order, which is good because then we know we just gotta get towards the end. He said he had some trouble with that, but we know what to do there. Wait, this seems new. Did I forget? No, this is just right at the start. Then he fights the 2 guys. Yep, they carry on. He's here. Does the arm wrestling. Did the chimney. Seems like a lot of them did the same experiences. The puzzles. We saw how those work. We know how to do that full puzzle now. We've seen the glide. Okay, I'm curious what happens from here on. Let's turn it up.
To keep things interesting.
Get on with it then!
Wait, so what happened?
Kickstarter did the same sort of thing, but with nowhere near this level of graphical fidelity. This is a genuine first, and this Black Space engine of theirs should probably be renamed Black Magic. On the way to my next objective, some bandits on the road want to get frisky, and I'm only too happy to oblige. This happens quite a bit during my playthrough, so I'm going to guess that the map is regularly dotted with ne'er-do-wells to keep things interesting.
Get on with it then!
After that, we've got a good old-fashioned outpost clearing. Some bandits have taken hold of the local keep, and by killing them all, I liberate it for the region. A recent gameplay showcase revealed that there are many such outposts to liberate throughout your playthrough.
Run. Scatter.
It's here I learn I can light the tip of an arrow to use it to burn things, and after that, the game starts to take a very confusing turn. So, this game does this thing where you can view memories of events in the past, but it does it in the strangest way imaginable. Every other game just asks you to walk up to a thing and click on it, and then the memory plays. But here it involves this weird helmet thing, which you need to equip by opening a radial menu, switching to a new tab in that radial menu, pressing R2 to equip the helmet while mousing over it. You then need to close and reopen the same radial menu to select the helmet, and that will then push you to a new menu where the complete collection of memories, both obtained and unobtained, is visible, and they're divided into certain menus and sub-menus, and man, it's a total mess in there, and it only gets worse later on because more menu categories get added, and later on on, you'll also need to shine your lamp on potential memories to unlock the full memory. And
Damn.
man, it's bad. It's
He's
easily the
bagging
most
on this.
egregious example of Crimson Desert piling on needless complexity, with the result being a belabored control scheme, unnecessary menus, and a confusing experience. Like, it really could have just had a clickable thing, trigger a cutscene, and nothing would have been lost. Right after that, I unlocked this force lift thingy, which I didn't get to use too much of during the demo, and after that, we settle into the major quest line, which is actually just a bunch of side quest feeling activities. One dude has had his cow stolen, and he wants you to find it. Spoiler alert, bandits took it. Another dude has his cart or something stolen. Spoiler alert, bandits took it. Finally, a little boy...
I think Ria was saying that this is the guy who said all these side quests were part of the main storyline. They're not.
He lost his precious sheep and he wants you to find it. Spoiler alert, the sheep just wandered off. Each of these objectives sounds very mundane, but the explanation for them is anything but. Fully voiced cutscenes featuring grief-stricken characters, the voice actors really working to make you care about that lost heifer.
Ooh, wow, he actually has rain, though. None of the other playthroughs we've seen so far had rain. So he actually, I wonder how the rain climate system actually works.
Has been blasted to splinters, bits here and there, and then bandits took every last one of my cows.
Drudgery of peasant life matters to the people living in it. It's not particularly gripping storytelling at this point, but I think it's doing the job of building the world and building the story slowly. Evolved this weird memory helmet thing, and one of them was even more confusing because I didn't even realize I'd picked up or activated something that would let me see a new memory, so again I found myself quite confused. And this is where that part of the demo ended, and like I said at the top, it was overall pretty rough. Because you're being introduced to so many new things, and because the puzzles you're solving aren't always clear.
He didn't even get to the boss for the first part of the demo. Interesting.
It does result in a lot of stop and start, where it feels like your fun is constantly being interrupted. Pile onto that some game systems that feel a little unnecessary, and a fairly ho-hum set of opening chapters to the main quest, and I would say that Crimson Desert does not open strongly. But to be perfectly honest with you, I really don't care all that much because this would not be the first game to have a slow, awkward start. Some games are just like that, and given the ambition of Crimson Desert, I don't begrudge it some awkwardness as it gets going. It certainly helped that I was able to skip over to the game's end state after that, where I got to see a fuller picture of what to expect. There were a number of activities I did here, which sadly I don't have footage for since Capshot wasn't beneath me, knee-high immediately fling me. Say the action game, it's less about difficulty and the stuff you've seen in the trailers and gameplay showcases. It's all there.
So they weren't allowed to record that. Interesting.
And earning with artillery, and I also leave room for the possibility that this.
I don't think there's anything else for us to go over then. What's this?
Goes on. But I want to finish by coming back to that Dragon's Dogma comparison from before. I kind of get the feeling that Crimson Desert is going to be playing in that same space. It's not a sandbox game, but it does feel very sandbox-led, where the game systems and the lands you're journeying through are the stars of the show. I'm really excited to journey through this landscape, seeing what adventures befall me, because I suspect those things to give me a after that. I don't think I'll have a review up at that time, since I'm going to be clearly got a big adventure ahead of us when it drops on March 19th. I don't think I'll have a review up at that time since I'm going to be away at GDC, but I do plan to circle back to it when I'm home, so do look forward to a full...
Very excited word to be a huge shot towards where I am today. Squarespace helped...
So there's not even much there that he added. Let's check out this one. Alright, insert Richie. Nice little B-roll intro. I like this.
Give Gian my regards.
Okay. Does he have no narration?
You won't fully heal without proper rest. Care of this. Look, I already paid you. We're
Interesting.
Here for the interest.
Don't you fucking know?
But it looks like he's cutting the video pretty nice. Bleed bandits. Smacked him around nicely.
Are you all right?
What's that look for? The view from the bridge is absolutely
He just puts the
breathtaking.
text. How big is this guy?
It'd be a shame.
Wow, he's got
to
1 million
just hurry past.
subscribers. That's crazy.
We deserve a little serenity every now and again.
I should hand you to the jailer. Strong. Oh, my arm.
Okay,
The key. The door.
so we'll skip along again because we've literally seen everything. I wonder what he said about the puzzle, though. I'm curious. We'll pull it back a second. Let's see what he says. Nothing. He's just skipping along here. We've never seen anyone dive like that yet. I think it's new. Don't know if it helps with anything, though. Okay, we've seen that. We've seen this. Easy, GG, well played.
Much more than that, I think. I'd say more like 24. How could anyone possibly steal them all? Boy, Solomon.
The mill is gonna unlock the jobs. Gets the goat back, the sheep. Ah, yeah, and you can ride the horse. There you go. An example of being able to ride the horse while carrying the sheep. Ooh, okay. What do we got here? That's as far as he got in the thing? Oh. Okay. All right. That one was not helpful, but that's okay. Next, epic plays. All right, let's see what this guy did.
All right, so a lot of you might know the story about Crimson Desert, but I'm going to be reading a little bit of what I found on Steam, what the Crimson Desert story is going to be about specifically.
Why is it so bad? 1020.
On the continent of Pywell, the rival factions of Pyloon maintained a tense balance. All in companion, unprecedented threat, and a death.
Yep.
About its cosmetic.
Wait, what was this?
Red Dead Redemption 2. When I tell you that there's going to be endless things to do, I really actually mean that. When I was running around the map just by itself, there was like a bunch of...
Hey, Shark. How you liking the game so far? I'm actually not playing. I'm watching these other streamers who got access early and breaking down what they have done already. And one of the streamers literally just dropped all like 4 hours of their content, and it's crazy. Like, you can literally see every element of it. I did play it at Gamescom for an hour, so I got to play it for 50 minutes, and I loved it. I thought it was really good. If you're looking for a good action adventure game, I would highly recommend it. But I'm trying to see if we can find anything else that's interesting from this. I think we may have seen the best possible video already, so we're going to see. But we'll see what happens here, yeah.
And do all the side quests possible. You are going to have an amazing time playing this game.
Sorry, I didn't see the Twitch chat for some reason.
Probably years to come. That's probably exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of stuff to do, like gambling, fishing, upgrades, cosmetics, etc. And there will be 3 playable characters, and each character is going to have a different play style.
We know
they're going to have different cosmetics, and they're going to have different skill trees to complement the different play styles that you're going to be able to have with them. I think that in and of itself is going to be amazing. Now, Cliff will remain the main character story, but you will also
we've seen
able
that.
to play as the other.
Getting the broom, clearing the chimney. That's done.
World, as you would normally be able to do with Cliff, is actually
now. Does he go through this stuff better than other people? Ooh, what's this? So you can sell it. Gives 3 armor. I don't think anyone messed with armor too much, so that's good to see.
All I had time for was to play as Cliff, and playing as Cliff was very fun. Don't get me wrong, but we'll get more into playing as Cliff and the combat in a couple minutes. Now, I will say the biggest concern that I had going into this, considering how massive this game was and everything that was advertised about this game just being huge and having all kind of stuff to do and graphics and everything, I was very, very worried about the performance of this game. To disclaim that we had very high-end PCs playing cards at Fort now.
I think we're gonna skip over performance.
The game itself was great. Now again, like I said, we were on playing the game. Ever played with their combat, whether it be The Witcher, whether it be RDR, no matter what game you can think of, and think about their combat and throw that all out the window. I'm just gonna say that right now. The combat is going to take some getting used to. The controls themselves are not normal controls. Maybe they will add a way to be able to fix that later in the future. The jumping was on square. The sprinting is tap X. In order to use your bow, you hold down L2, and when you release it, it will release an arrow as well. Now, I'm sure there's a way inside of the settings in order to kind of change the way the bow reacts, because for me, I love using bows in any game, if you guys know me, and I love holding the L2 and then shooting with R2 while being able to aim at any part of the body that I want to aim at. Now, there was auto lock when it comes to shooting the bow. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to play, but hopefully we can change that in the future. There's ability that you to get used to when it comes to the combat. Now, the ability was like a grab hand that you do use a lot in order to actually solve puzzles that are within the actual abyss and the abyss portal itself. Now, since we are on the subject of puzzles and the Nexus Abyss, this part is actually going to be something that a lot of you people who like puzzles are going to really appreciate about this game. This actually plays a very integral part in not only the story, but in leveling up your character as a whole. We went through a whole section called the Nexus Abyss, I believe, and basically you go there and you solve one big massive puzzle using the magic that you can actually upgrade within the game as you go on. And the first Nexus puzzle that we go through, we actually unlock a really cool ability at the end, but this Nexus was very intricate. However, I wouldn't say that the puzzle itself was very difficult, but it was really cool being able to go through.
Okay, he's the first one that said that the puzzle was easy.
And it is something that I think you would appreciate if you love puzzles. But I will say, put your expectations when it comes to the combat controls and comparing it to any other game, throw those controls out the window until you get used to these ones. However, the combat itself was very smooth. Smoothness of it, not only itself, was actually split up into stamina, health, and spirit.
Ooh, okay,
and all of that
good.
Pertains to the combat itself.
Okay, I want to slow this part down. All right, so we have multi-shot. We already know that one, because then you can fire it. I just get to use that in the game's
so it's
demo.
not like the combat is split up.
The grappling. Okay, so this is grappling. And there's 5 different upgrades in grappling.
But you have different ways to actually perform combat that take stamina. You have obviously
unarmed combat. Oh, and then that one has 5 upgrades too. So you have the grappling and the unarmed combat to do some pretty crazy. And then there's side upgrades off of those.
Obviously your health, that affects how much damage you can take before dying. Everybody knows that. And then you have your spirit that affects the amount of spirit that's used when using abilities that pertain to the spirit. Now, the skill tree itself is very simple.
Keen says we haven't seen this one. Harnesses the power of nature to enhance momentary move. Oh no, we have. Yes, we have actually.
Right. Every single ability that you can unlock gets
an evasive roll. Okay. It costs 10 spirit to do a roll. You can learn by watch and learn. Okay, that's good to know.
Unlocked by little cubes that you get from actually completing the abyssal, I want to call them trials, because you do go through, you solve puzzles, and at the end you're going to get a...
And we've learned that you get it by experience too. So for every kill you get, you actually get some charge on this left bar on the side, which will give you abyss cubes too.
Type of currency, which is kind of like a little cube. I don't exactly remember what they were called, but you use them as currency in order to actually level up your skills. For some skills you can level up from 1 to 3, some skills you level up from 1 to 5, and that's just on Cliff himself. And if you look at the skill tree, you can actually see how intricate it can be. Now it's simple but also intricate because I'm assuming you won't be able to unlock every single thing, right? You kind of have to choose. But
Charge shot? I don't think I've seen that one. Nice. Okay.
if you can unlock everything, that's going to be actually just as amazing. And now that's just for Cliff himself. The other two playable characters also are going to have the ability to actually change their skills as well. And you can see at the top how it shows it's just Cliff's skill tree specifically. So that's how you can tell there's going to be more. Now the inventory itself will be pretty straightforward. From what I saw, you have gear that you can equip and then you have inventory. However,
I wanted to look at this. So the leather boots can possibly give you a crit chance. Okay, they give you the speed
for the
boost.
inventory slots do seem that you will have to unlock more slots.
What's this? Stats? Okay, so we have basic stats. So we have health, stamina, spirit. We have 30 spirit, at least at this point. Okay. And each of these have like their own leveling up system. Can I zoom in on this? No, I can't. I wonder how many there actually is. Let's see. If I do this. Let me really zoom in. So we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 18 for crit chance. Okay. So then you can have full crit possibilities right there. I just wonder what the crit multiplier is. We have fire resistance, frost. Okay.
A little bit later on. If you're like me and you love loot, that's going to be kind of frustrating because I just want to be able to carry everything all at once. I will say that the stamina during
wait.
I just want to be able to carry
Oh, but that didn't change anything.
everything all at once. I will say that the stamina during the combat was actually, right when you first start the game, the stamina during the combat is actually going to be kind of minimal. So if I had to suggest anything, I would say definitely build up towards the stamina tree as soon as possible. If you do like spamming, or if you do like flying, if you do like any kind of combat that has to do with stamina. Yes, I did say flying because there is a certain point in the game you will be able to redeploy a specific flight suit that looks really freaking cool. Actually use that quite a bit during the game to get playing this game. But yeah, guys, so my experience playing Crimson Desert was actually pretty great. I wish I would have had more time to play the game itself, but I am just like you guys and leave the video.
Okay, well that didn't go very far. All right, good to know. Next.
All right, so if you've been
I hear his is really good, so I hope he went far.
following the channel for a while, you'll know that we've been covering Crimson Desert for years at this point. We brought you new updates whenever new gameplay, trailers, or details have appeared, and now it finally feels like we're getting properly close to launch. Well, recently, 26 and myself got invited out by Pearl Abyss to get some proper hands-on time with a brand new preview build of Crimson Desert. Between the two of us, we managed to put in around 6 hours each with the game.
Did you just see that? He can actually aim his force palm,
Crimson
and he
Desert.
doesn't have to climb up to do it.
Between the two of us, we managed to put in around 6 hours each with the game. So this wasn't just a quick demo or a short hands-on session like some of the previous ones. We actually got to sit down and play the game properly right from the beginning, which meant that we could finally see what Crimson Desert actually feels like as a real game. So you might be wondering, does it live up to the awesome looking gameplay that we've been seeing in those trailers over the last years? Is the wild combat actually real when you're the one playing it? Well, after spending a good chunk of time with the game, as we've said, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start with what Crimson Desert is for anyone that hasn't been following the game too closely.
Okay,
it's an upcoming...
We'll skip that.
So, during the preview, what we actually got to play was 2 different blocks of gameplay. First was about 4 hours straight.
Good. We know that. Thank you.
We can show you footage right from the start of the game and how different systems work, or some of the overviews where relevant. And we'll have some more deeper dive videos coming very soon, covering specific mechanics and systems in more detail. So if you want to see more with that, in terms of the it's like
story,
helping
we'll skip that.
Play, because one of the first things we noticed was the controls felt a little unusual. There was quite a lot of multiple button inputs and certain abilities being mapped in ways that felt a bit awkward to get to grips with at first. There also seemed to be a bit of input delay in various situations when using a controller. This could have been a preview thing or the setup they had, I'm not quite sure. But I did switch over to mouse and keyboard and things felt noticeably smoother there. Even though they did disclaim that it's a QA older version and not fully polished yet for the mouse and keyboard controls, to me it felt more responsive and you had much more precise control overall.
He's already using like his power moves like right off the bat. This guy knows how to play an action game.
That is, once you got used to the very large number of inputs and keys the control scheme actually uses on the keyboard. Now, the combat is probably one of the strongest aspects of Crimson Desert. Everything you've seen in the trailers is actually real. You can genuinely chain together these ridiculous combos, throw enemies around, and even perform those pseudo WWE style wrestling moves in the middle of combat.
He was able to do
Once you
dives.
started unlocking more abilities as well, the system really opens up, and it feels like the combat system is going to have a very high skill ceiling. I can only imagine the kind of clips and montages that people are going to create when this game.
Oh my gosh. Look at how expensive getting a bounty on you goes. 30 to 63. That's crazy. Reputation going down substantially.
Launches. Now, even after several hours of gameplay, it never really started to feel repetitive. And that is helped a lot by the fact that each character has their own skill tree, moveset, weapons, and abilities. The skill trees themselves are also very expansive. You can unlock things like new moves, magic abilities, even traversal mechanics like Spider-Man web swinging. Each character, as I said, has their own full skill tree.
Okay, turning slash. We have not seen this one. So you charge up your strength and spin into a powerful downward strike that blows enemies away.
Each node within that skill tree has additional upgrades layered on top, so the progression system
We haven't seen any of the health
actually goes pretty deep.
skills.
And as said before, once you have everything unlocked, the power spike is massive. The climbing system was also another highlight in the gameplay. You can basically parkour and climb almost anything in the environment. It uses a stamina draining system similar to Zelda games. Gear also has a surprising amount of depth. You can upgrade things at vendors, socket in abyss gear into...
Wait, let's back that up.
A surprising amount of depth. You can upgrade things at vendors.
All right, so one upgrade upgrades it by 2, so it's a 20% increase there. So that's what it would be.
Socket in abyss gear into...
That gives attack speed level 1.
Slots to enhance stats and unlock perks, and there's even abyss cores that grant special abilities. On top of that, there is some customization later in the game. You can change your gear color, but we didn't get to actually that. Let's talk about the world, because the world itself was massive. During the preview, I actually spent around a pure hour of just exploring because I wanted to see how big everything was. And even after all of that time and everything I did before, I probably only explored about 20% of just the first zone. So the scale of the game is massive.
It's great to hear.
There's also lots of things scattered out in the world. There's gathering spots, insects, flowers to pick up, mining nodes to crack, fishing areas in any body of water you can find, and the occasional group of bandits or soldiers that will attack you out on the road. There are other activities as well, like camps to clear out, settlements to reclaim, and stuff like that. But even with all of those things, some parts of the world did still feel a little sparse compared to other open world games. Between major towns and settlements, there wasn't a huge number of dynamic events or random encounters happening. We also didn't see many side quests appearing outside of the main towns as well. However, it is worth mentioning that this was a preview build where we were using a specific save and locked to a specific region, so it's possible that some systems weren't fully active yet. Now, even though some of these areas did feel quieter as you were traveling through, almost everything you would come across was interactive in some way. There's still lots of cool things to discover, hidden caves, crystal mines, and other things if you go looking for them. So overall, the world does actually encourage exploration quite a lot. Let's talk performance and graphics, because we played the preview on PC. And while Pearl Abyss didn't tell us the exact specs of the machines we were using, the game was running on native 4K at around 60 FPS, which is actually very impressive considering, and I checked, they weren't using DLSS, FSR, or anything like that for those upscaling technology.
Performance right now.
There,
I think we're
well,
good.
Show how the console versions will perform. So after spending around 6 hours each with the game, the big takeaway is yes, Crimson Desert is real. All of that wild stuff you've seen in the trailers actually exists in the game. You can ride dragons, you can free, at least for you guys when the full game does release. So make sure you're
so we saw a couple
down.
things there, so that was kind of cool. Okay, next. What are we going to? Except my...
As well, I'm struggling to...
All right, Wolfheart. I don't think he was very happy with this one, so this one would probably be more negative.
Properly describe my early feelings and impressions of Crimson Desert, as it feels like the kind of game that needs 10 to 15 hours for someone to be able to give a solid initial impression. And impressions of to the linear and controlled prologue, but don't let that fool you, as the open world of Pywell is a big one with 5 distinct regions, all seamless and supposedly more than twice the size of Skyrim.
Yeah, that's good. Good way to look around. It looks awesome.
And from what I played, that honestly almost feels like an understatement. I mostly used a PS5 controller. I wanted to give mouse and keyboard a solid try, but even after 5 to 6 hours of using the controller, I still didn't fully understand the controls. So relearning everything, but very basic movement wise, mouse and because you have 5 different view distances. To cycle this right away was the camera options, as you have 5 different view distances to cycle between, from fairly far out to a kind of pseudo first person view. You don't actually see your character's body, but it's kind of nice in first person for conversations and examining things. Do note though that in combat you're limited to, I believe, only using the 2 farther camera distances, so no super close or first person in combat, which is probably a good thing. The prologue itself, like I mentioned earlier, is linear and controlled, pretty much the opposite of what the full game seems to be. You spawn into the world at a Greymane camp, which is your character Cliff's mercenary group, the good guys, basically.
Okay,
and you've just recently been a team with the presentation and the voice acting are all good. In the prologue, quality-wise, I'd say was pretty decent to good. Of scenes only became even more scarce, making me really get that feeling that story is secondary in this game, which will be okay to some and not as okay to others. I'm led to believe just wasn't really set up with much depth. He's kind of just the guy who kills people, I guess. With all that said, I barely scratched the surface of this game, so there could be a ton that was just beyond my reach. After talking to a few
what's up, hey Rivale? How we doing? Is this game live now or not yet? No, it's not. I'm just watching all the first impressions. It goes live on the 18th or 19th. So I've just been literally watching every possible, like all the influencers they got access like a couple weeks ago and got 6 hours of gameplay. Been going through and watching what they're all doing, so what they think about it. See if I can find anything cool. Are you excited? Have you been watching the project for a while, or where are you coming from?
Mains and no dialogue choices from my experience, if you are curious. Your camp is ambushed by the black bears.
Have you been watching like all of the footage and everything also?
Speaking of combat in general, there's a decent amount of everything that I have. One of my criticisms of early game was that the combat was just too easy. I didn't even know what I was doing half the time, and hacking through most enemies while not really knowing what I'm doing wasn't a problem at all, and large groups were not very intimidating. Now, with that said, I know for a fact that there are some really difficult bosses in this game. I just didn't get to experience enough to speak on difficulty as a whole. At a basic level, the combat can be quite simple. You have light attacks, which don't cost any stamina. Heavy attacks, which do.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't really remember. So I got to play this a little bit at Gamescom, and I do not remember the heavy attacks taking stamina. That's interesting. But yeah, you've been watching for like a month ago. Yeah, all those feature videos were amazing, and that I think got everyone super excited to check out this game.
Classify the combat as requiring major stamina management.
Yeah. Honestly, it looked like it was good until I watched one reviewer who actually found a couple glitches, but otherwise it was looking pretty solid. I'm super pumped for it. I think that in what they've tried to accomplish, it's going to look better than Dragon's Dogma with all of its glitches, and I still like Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't know if you play Dragon's Dogma 2, but I think it's going to be pretty good. And performance-wise, I think they've come out with all the specs saying that like PS5 will be fine with 60 FPS and stuff.
But it does require some skills. When you sprint and then attack, the attack animation changes, allowing for a wider, AoE-like swipe.
Oh, wow.
There's jump attacks. You can hold down
this guy is the first one who actually understands the combat system. This is cool.
on the block button with your shield, but blocking incoming attacks does use up some stamina, so keep that in mind. There's a parrying type mechanic which requires timing, and you can hold circle or B to roll or sidestep. If you just keep it at that, it's not really insanely complex or anything like that, but there's actually a lot more to it that's offered, such as plenty of multi-button input attacks, like combining R1 and R2, or triangle and circle. And some of these attacks are spirit attacks. And this is where the game...
Yeah, I think we're all hoping that it'll kick off, right? Like, this is the game I want 200, 300 hours of good gameplay from. That's what I'm looking for in this one. What are you playing right now?
Can start to feel more like a fighting game. The feeling of combat early on in the game, I'd say, was pretty good, but what I really enjoyed about the combat system, though, was the breadth of options. And I thought it was cool that some of the non-combat mobility or puzzle solving skills that I learned can also be quite useful in combat as well. Now, this little leaf above the health bar represents your spirit, and some skills that you learn, such as this force push skill, hitting RB and right trigger at the same time, which is this extra heavy spirit attack, and this huge aerial ability all consume spirit. Spirit does regen,
and he actually took damage from that height. He took almost a third of his health if you do 3 pump ups
slowly on its own, but you can't just endlessly use your spirit attacks. And we'll talk about character progression and learning more of these types of skills here in a little bit. Back to the prologue combat tutorial, you end up getting killed by the leader of the Black Bears, which triggers a small cutscene. Cliff is tossed into a body of water, but ends up surviving outside of that. You'll be
okay, we're gonna skip over this because we've already seen a lot of this
with yourself. Personally, two of you to smash your monitor if you're not patient with yourself. Personally, I enjoyed some of the learning curve here because it feels different from other games. There's a bit of a sense of achievement that you can feel that arises when you finally get things down, even basic things. But I'm going to take a guess and say that some of the Steam reviews will have some very angry comments stating that the controls suck. The help menu literally has, I think, 50 entries just for basic controls, as you can see right here. And at this time, only mouse and keyboard buttons can be remapped. Let's take something as simple as sprinting. It feels a little unusual and different. So in Crimson Desert, you have to repeatedly press X to start sprinting and then, continue sprinting faster. If you press it a couple times, you can let go and it will maintain that speed. But if you want to keep sprinting and getting faster, you have to keep repeatedly pressing it. And this does drain stamina, while a normal light jog, you don't have to repeatedly press anything, nor does it use any stamina. So sprinting in this game feels a little bit more situational than most other games. Jumping is simple on its own, but when combined with...
King Ghost Wolf, how we doing? Hope you're doing well. We've been watching all of the first impressions, and one of the guys, he dropped an entire 3-hour video that just literally shows him doing his full playthrough. It was pretty crazy to watch. I would watch that on your own when you get a time. I'll share in the Discord.
Sprinting to clear large gaps. It gets a little awkward since you're rapidly tapping X and then switch over to circle or square or whatever it is. For most players,
there's some really good stuff. Like, it's looking pretty good. Like, I'm sure you already watched some of the first impressions. I feel like I'm behind. Most people already got them, but dude, I'm so excited to play this.
A little bit of time to get used to even many of these basic movement techniques. But like I said, when you do finally get it down, it can feel really good, and it can make a
Whoa, we haven't seen this.
navigation of terrain more engaging in this game than it is in other games that are out there, where you can just kind of turn off your brain. There's also a targeted jump system where you hold L1, you aim your cursor, and then you jump to that target, and it works. But it's not something that many of us are.
Why? Why do they do that? This just seems weird to have that as a jump system.
used to, and sometimes I do wonder if it's ever really needed to be like this in the
Looks good, not gonna lie. Yeah, it does, doesn't it really? Love the skills video I've seen. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me know which videos you've already watched, King Ghost, and then I'll try to avoid those ones. Have you watched this one from Wolfgang? Or not Wolfgang. This is Wolfheart.
first place. I think overall, though, it's going to be an interesting debate on the interwebs how these controls work. Climbing is pretty straightforward, but it does use stamina, so you can fall if you don't plan your route right or find a place to temporarily rest to regain your stamina. Puzzles in this game appear to be a fairly important aspect of this game, and mastering your movement and controls is actually part of that.
Oh, that was kind of cool. So he leaped from one side to a ledge. That was pretty nice. Nope. All right, good. Good. We'll watch these together.
Getting these puzzles, so I highly recommend players to take their time in this game. Give yourself time to learn, and if you're not willing to do that, you're going to get really frustrated. And speaking of puzzles, in the prologue, you are introduced to this light reflection mechanic, as you can see on my screen, where you use your sword to aim light, reflect light at heat reactive objects, which will then open doors and stuff like that. And actually later on in the game, I ran up to a tower that was covered in vines. The door was covered, and the game wanted me to set an arrow on fire from a brazier to burn the vines. A nearby event technician informed me that I could also use the light reflection to burn the vines if I stood in the sun in an area where I could reflect the light.
Pretty cool.
I thought that was pretty cool, as it shows that there are at least sometimes multiple ways to solve things in this game. I've
not seen that. So this was one of the bugs. I know, Rivoli, you were asking, have there been any bugs? This was one where they were shooting the fire arrows. So you light your fire arrow off that brazier right there, and it wasn't triggering the foliage to catch on fire, but he just did it with a sword too. That's pretty cool.
3 or 4 notable puzzles in my time playing, and a really massive one, but that was in a separate session where the devs let a few of us play on a load point that was much later on in the game. And all these puzzles involved moving gears around discs, cubes, and plates, trying to line things up, connecting things, moving lasers around, and all of this is mostly done to allow energy to flow into certain places to, open up special doors and stuff like that. As you can see right here, this ability is called Axiom Force, and it allows me to manipulate. This ability can also, you can use it for moves. Did require careful navigation where it was moving around the puzzle areas and not falling off of cliffs and stuff like that. So your mobility techniques do come into play. In some ways, it reminded me of some of the Zelda game puzzles, at least more so. You also get a lantern tutorial in the prologue, and it's more important than it sounds. Lanterns aren't just for seeing in the dark. They actually highlight puzzle elements and can reveal pathways forward and give you answers. But again, it ties back to the controls. Even something simple like using the lantern requires different inputs than most games. You have to go through a few steps to understand kind of how to use it the right way, so it takes some time to get used to. Eventually, in the prologue, you'll reach a platform that pulls you back to the moment that you were dying before a mysterious force or character saves you, and just like that, you're now fully in the world of Pywell. After you follow this one character,
skip along.
What I was doing, you're being guided and aided by mysterious beings that want you to.
Well, you sent a video. What is it? I showcased Cliff's entire tree. Yes, I was actually looking for that. That's awesome. We'll watch that. We'll watch that soon after this video. That's next.
Set Pywell straight, but the way it's presented, at least early on, makes the quests feel a little disconnected from one another. It almost has an MMO style structure and feeling to it. Some of these main quests feel like side quests in other games. But with that said, I think these early quests are more so meant to get you acquainted with what the game offers mechanics and systems wise. It has you running on rooftops, doing some mini games, using tools in the game, stuff like
because King Ghost, I was literally like, every time someone shows me the skill tree, I try to like see what abilities they kind of scroll over, and no one's gone over the health side at all. And then the other 2 branches they've kind of gone over, but I also want to go inside each one because they level up like 5 times. I don't know if he goes into that. I'm sure he does.
Perhaps later on in the game, after you reunite with some of your Greymane faction, it'll be much more story-centric focused.
Good day.
I feel like from my time in the game, and from the main quests, you also have faction quests. And I feel like from my time in the game...
I've not seen this. So didn't they say there was like 300 factions or something? We saw that earlier. But in here, we're only seeing 25, 10, 24, Maybe it was like 110. It was 110. Maybe it was 110.
The faction quests are basically the side quests. I don't think I found like any like official side quests. I just had my main quests. There could be. I just didn't find them myself. Infection quests become available to you by doing things such as talking to certain NPCs. You can pick up bounties and hunt certain characters for different.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad the one I showed you gives you the answers. Yes. Well, thanks, sir.
Different factions. And then there's also challenges, some of which are acquired by finding certain items, and these can range from typical challenges that you'll find in games such as killing X amount of enemies with X weapon, but there's also more, involved, interesting ones such as completing a puzzle challenge, and many of these.
Oh, okay. Hit enemies 50 times with a spear within 30 seconds. That is an interesting one. What? Okay. And then you get a gale. Wait, let's keep going back on that because this is stuff I haven't seen.
Range from typical challenges that you'll find in games such as killing X amount of enemies with X weapon, but there's also more, involved, interesting ones such as completing a puzzle challenge, and many of these challenges reward the player with skill acquisition and upgrade materials such as abyss artifacts, which let's talk about that a little bit.
Okay, nothing special
right now. So there's no leveling or XP in Crimson Desert. It's all,
which is false. King Ghost, I don't know if you've seen this, but every time you get a kill, it actually boosts like this XP bar, and then you get a abyss artifact. So I don't think there is actually kind of a leveling system.
Gear based and skill acquisition based. As you can see right here, there's 3 skill trees all connecting back to the center. And one way to unlock new skills is by spending abyss artifacts that you found or earned from challenges, etc. The top blue tree here are mostly stamina type skills, such as new grappling techniques. You can actually get unarmed combat, there's special slash attacks, and so on. The green tree is your spirit skills, such as super high jumps, force attacks, slowing down time, some of these nature green type skills. And the red tree has some more tool-based skills. You can use these tools for puzzles and elemental type skills, such as...
Here we go, first one. Oh, okay, so this is more puzzles. All right. Tab to harness.
As a lightning attack, imbuing your weapons with different elemental effects.
Okay, that's cool.
Etc. Now, each of these nodes that you
I'm
see
going to skip
here
through
in the
this since we have your own
that each node offers go deeper than just one upgrade, though. As you can see right here, if I click on the grappling skill, I can then learn several different types of grappling attacks, most of which require a multi-button input to activate. So it's a little bit more advanced than some other games. Require a multi-button input to activate.
All right, cost 10 stamina. Get closer while airborne, or press F and then left click to latch onto a specific target to attack or escape danger.
So it's a little bit more advanced than some other games. This part of the game is a plus for me as of right now, and it's one of my biggest motivators to come back to this game, to grind out some of those artifacts, to find more artifacts, to do more puzzles, to do more challenges, and get these artifacts to upgrade my character further, and try out as many of these combat and utility skills as I possibly can, because many of them look like they'll be a ton of fun trying out, and the little ones that I did get to experience, they're quite enjoyable and they felt unique. Like I mentioned earlier, I did get to experience a later load point with a more upgraded character, and that character felt very different from my character that I played from the beginning. And honestly, it was exciting to think about progressing my own character to that point that I experienced later on in the game. So I feel like as of right now, that feeling of progression of your character becoming more powerful and being just a cooler, more fun character, I think that will be rewarding in this game. Unfortunately, I didn't get to try out too many weapons, but it seemed like you could have 3 active ones to cycle between. Do note that dual wielding is a thing in this game, and I did get to try it for a few minutes on the later load points. Unfortunately, I don't have footage of that for you. We couldn't show that, and it felt really cool. I also tried the spear, which I thought was really good. There was like this spirit spear that would do something with souls. It was pretty fun. I used the bow, and the bow is actually a little underwhelming feeling, and do note that arrows are a limited resource, but there's also axes, great sword,
gosh, look at his bounty, 626
spears. There's guns, although the guns might be limited to that female character that you can unlock later on in the game. I'm not entirely sure. And on that note, there's 2 other characters that you'll eventually unlock and be able to use them for open world activities, and they have different skills and styles. But since I didn't get to that point, I don't want to talk about it too much in this video. Needless to say, between skill upgrades and weapons, initial impressions wise for a game that doesn't tout itself as an RPG, with levels and attributes and all that stuff, the character progression systems that they do have are appealing to me, and I'm super thankful that I got to try that later load point, as it reassured me that character progression seems like it's going to be meaningful. Now, since I didn't find any new armor, I might have found a piece or two, but I don't really know much about armor except that there's a bunch of different slots, more than I would have thought for an action adventure game. So we have a head slot here. There's a slot that combines chest and main leg armor together, so it's just one piece. A jacket slot, a boot slot, and a glove slot. And then there's a ton of trinket slots with rings. You can have an amulet. You can actually have a mask. There's a slot for a mask if you want to do robberies and more. But let's now talk a little bit about the world. So obviously it's massive and beautiful.
I actually want to go back on that. What are all of these other
a bunch of different slots, more than I would have thought for an action
it doesn't really
adventure game. So we have a head slot here. There's a slot that combines chest and main leg armor together, so it's just one
What's
piece.
This ring? I want to see what the ring is. Damn it. Slow this down.
There's a slot that combines chest and main leg armor together, so it's just one piece.
There we go. Axiom bracelet. Oh, this is just the Axiom bracelet. Okay, nothing special.
A jacket slot, a boot slot, and a glove slot. And then there's a ton of trinket slots with rings. You can
damn you. I wanted that dual blade gameplay. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you've been mentioning how you like that. So, oh, well, at least it's a possibility, right? Now we were afraid you wouldn't get it, right? And now you can. So I'm sure.
You have an amulet. You can actually
thing.
have a mask. There's a slot for a mask if you want to do robberies and more. But let's now talk a little bit about the world. So obviously it's massive and beautiful. And there's some challenges and some interesting, points of location that I really want to go explore. And I'm definitely excited to check out some of the other areas and biomes. But with that said, don't expect Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 levels of NPC activity or reactivity in this game. Most NPCs seem to be more like visual props to add, visual immersion rather than ones that you can have meaningful engagements with. I kind of expected that.
Yeah, and we also saw that there's like 526 NPCs total, just so that you guys understand the scope if you didn't see that from an earlier one. So it's kind of interesting to already hear that they're not as interactive as like those other games. It's kind of sad to hear.
I didn't expect it to be crazy because it's not like a true RPG, but it was a little underwhelming, and I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that. I don't think you can even kill.
Okay, so how we doing?
Regular NPCs in this game, at least from what I tried. When you shoot them, or when I did it with the bow, it just would go through their body, and it would piss off the guards, which you'd end up fighting, but I don't think I could kill them. And even some of the wildlife didn't seem like I could kill, but there is some sort of hunting system in the game, so maybe I was just doing it wrong. Not entirely.
This guy just wanted to go kill things. He's already like got a bounty of like 1,000. Wolfheart going hard. He's like, I want to kill everything in this game.
Sure, but you can piss off guards and then kill the guards. Now, there's some sort of crime system that goes with this. You can go to jail. If you steal things, the cops are going to come after you. I don't think they're called cops back then, but you get what I'm saying. But I didn't really get that deep into it. But from initial impressions wise, it didn't seem like it was too crazy deep, but I guess it's something just to add a little intensity to, being careful with what you do. And with that said, there are certain builds that I heard about that you can do where if you get powered up and you're also wanted and you have the law coming after you, your character becomes more powerful when you're wanted, which I think is actually pretty interesting to think about. Interesting little combination there. Like I mentioned earlier, you do get a horse right after the prologue. It feels a little funky, not gonna lie. Kind of reminds me of The Witcher 3 a little bit. You kind of get like stuck on things, it seems like a decent amount. But once you get used to the controls, it's not too bad, and it works pretty decently when you're not running into rocks and stuff.
The bow actually looked like it worked well there. Like, and no one said that, or he said that the bow was not great, and a lot of people said it's not bad. But that looked really good, actually.
Perhaps if you fall from the abyss when you're doing a puzzle, there is this aerial glide ability that you'll get very early on in the game. But since you don't have a ton of stamina, it doesn't really allow you to glide that well. But it does save you from falling to your death. And later on in the game,
I remember seeing someone do a blindsided RKO to a random lady on a farm. I actually saw that. I saw that too. I watched like 2 since you left, or since I left, and you missed the beginning of this stream, but yeah, he just was walking and just boom. It's like, damn, all right. She was just like a farmer. Like, you didn't need to do that.
This becomes much more powerful. Fellow content creator Luality actually got to ride a dragon on a later load point, and I watched a little bit of her doing that, and it looked pretty cool. And we already know that there's also a mech that you can pilot.
Luality got to romance her dragon. If anyone watched that interview between them.
Certain areas, but I didn't get to experience either of those myself, so no sense in really talking about it in this video too much. I didn't get to explore the open world as much as I was hoping, as I was busy learning the basics of the main quest, but I will say that it did wander off pretty far from the starting area at one point, and I came across this camp fortress-like area. You can see the gameplay here. And
no
really
way. This is the boss area.
None of the NPCs were really doing anything or offered anything at all. They're all just kind of standing there. I couldn't trade with any of them. I think I could only do very basic greetings, no actual conversations. There was no faction quests that I got, really nothing. And I got bored and I just started shooting at people, which didn't kill them, but it did piss off some of the guards. And then I started fighting for my own entertainment. I'm not sure why this camp was so lifeless. It could have been a bug possibly. I was playing on
So this is where the boss is supposed to be. That's so interesting.
a very early version of the game. Not very early, but early compared to the review copy version. Or it could be some sort of camp or area that requires you to liberate it first. I don't know. I heard something about a liberation mechanic where you liberate an area and it unlocks a bunch of content. So I'm not entirely sure. I didn't have enough time or knowledge to fully understand that. Regardless, it was a little concerning and it made me wonder if there's going to be a ton of underwhelming, rather lifeless areas.
Okay, that's a little bit sad. I thought that we were going to be able to come up here and immediately kill that boss right at the beginning of the game, because he's skipping through. That's really interesting. Okay, what do we got? King Ghost on YouTube. I think the bow would be good. I don't think it will be good, honestly. When I'm looking at it, it doesn't look great, but on the horse, it did. Maybe just shooting on the horse will be nice. When does it come out? It comes out March 19th. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait for it to come out. Super excited. I mained the ranger in BDO, and the bow seemed to take the skills from her. Okay. Nice. He probably didn't know that. Yeah, storybound. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and King Ghost. I only know that because of that one guy who played this demo and showed his full 3-hour playthrough. He made it to the boss, barely killed him before the end of his 3-hour playthrough. So that was pretty interesting. And it looks like King Wolf just didn't follow the main quest line, and so he got here, but because it wasn't activated, he didn't get to do it. Yeah, no, you don't know about the boss yet. Yep. You hear about the boss from Sheko 2. Yep.
On this huge map with not much going on besides NPCs standing around. Then we also have systems such as mining, you cut down trees to gather resources for the trees to then upgrade certain weapons, gathering herbs. You can kill animal. I had a hard time killing animals, actually. I know there's a hunting system, like I said, but you can get meat from animals and then do the whole cooking system. And cooking actually is a good way to have heals available for you. There's fishing in the game, which unfortunately I didn't do. I wish I did. I like fishing typically in games. And then there's a million other systems that we just simply didn't have enough time to experience. The one system that I wish I got to experience, though, was the Caveman camp building system. So without spoiling really the story here, your Cavemans are disbanded in the prologue, but then one of your missions at the start of the game is to reform them and build up your camp. And there's like some camp building mechanics that go with that, and you see all your companions there and stuff like that. I didn't make it to the Caveman camp, which I think is an...
So from what I got from the first demo was you had to do this. You have to get to this point, and once you kill this leader, the new guy gives you land to set up your camp. So really, you want to push main quest line until this point, unlock the Cavemans, and then go do all the side quests. At least that's the way I'm thinking I'm going to play it.
Chapter 3. Unfortunately, I didn't get to experience that. I'm hoping that's where like the story and the characters come more to life, and that there's some interesting mechanics.
Fishing.
Performance-wise, just go watch the Digital Foundry video. They did problems. Again,
yeah, I don't want to go
review console metric and no idea you've seen. I don't know. So at the they did a deep dive on PC performance and everything came back good. I believe pretty much all of it. So I think thumbs up in that category. For us at the event, it was also a thumbs up. Playing the game on Ultra with ray tracing. I don't know of anyone that had any performance problems. As far as console players go, no idea, but Prilibus has said that they're going to release things before the game comes out. That's the plan. And I think they may even have said that they're going to try to give it to another YouTube channel that can do a deep dive on the console metrics. So if you're a console player, you should be, a little bit worried or concerned because you never know with console, especially an Xbox Series S, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. As far as bugs go, I did experience a couple that caused me to reload, but I was, playing on an earlier version than even the review code version. And a couple other players told me they played. Let's go ahead and try to summarize everything.
Ooh, what's this? Oh, these are just his quests.
Here, I would say initial impressions wise, Crimson Desert was exciting, confusing, and concerning to me. But overall, after 5 to 6 hours, I am still interested in experiencing more, and I will be playing more. I actually got a review copy of the game. Bravo to Pearl Abyss for sending those out before listening to people's hands-on impressions. I think that's...
and I wish I would have got one. God damn it.
Awesome that they did that. But that is some sort of thumbs up.
Fugio. Following the main quest until the camp unlock is a great idea. Thank you. I hope that's a good idea. I'm also kind of hoping that it's also a bad idea, because if you don't do some things immediately, you won't be able to do them later on. I like that in games where if you skip this side quest, it disappears because you didn't do it on day 3 when you should have. And those kind of situations make the game feel more like real life. And I don't know, we'll see. But thanks for the comment. I think the bugs and the stuff will be fixed. I think they will 100%, especially the very clear ones that we saw in the other videos. I imagine that they'll fix that, and they'll even make a post saying, yeah, we fixed these bugs.
From me, the fact that I'm interested in playing again, I'm excited to jump back in, but man, this game just has so much to explore and learn, and it's so hard to give like a solid initial impressions, and I think you guys should take all of these with a grain of salt, as many of our opinions might drastically change from our initial impressions to an actual review. The combat skills and progression systems associated with that, the excitement of coming across some of the challenging bosses that I got to see a few others encounter, the puzzles, the way that many of your character's skills and movement techniques can be used for combat skills and progression systems associated with that.
So we've got archery, we got shooting, rock, paper, scissors, duel, racing, mind games. I wonder what mind games are. There's 2 of them there. And then this is gambling. So we already know all the mini games. So we got archery, which we've seen, which we get within the first 3 hours because we saw that someone else did that. Then the shooting we haven't seen at all, but it looks like we'll need Damien for that. Rock, paper, scissors we've seen. Then there's gambling, or there's the arm wrestling also. So arm wrestling could be one. Then we have the duels. There's 5 different duels of what we can do. Racing 1 and mind games 2. Okay, we'll see how that plays out. Kensu, one thing I did in BDO is explore the world before advancing the main story. Might end up trying that here. Okay, yeah, let's hear how it goes. Let's hear how it goes. King Ghost Wolf arm wrestling in 1. Yep, you've seen that. Yeah, I've definitely seen the arm wrestling in a couple of them too. So I think that's literally like right at the start too. So that one, I'm surprised he didn't get it. But I think this guy just went and wanted to go explore the world.
The excitement of coming across some of the challenging bosses that I got to see a few others encounter, the puzzles, the way that many of your character's skills and movement techniques can be useful in a variety of different situations, from puzzles to land navigation to combat, and that vast, beautiful open world, the setting, at least visually speaking, are all things.
Memory fragments I haven't seen in question mark. I don't know if I've seen
that were really appealing to me.
Regions, secret spaces, the abyss.
As of right now.
We got anything else in here?
I would say in some ways I enjoyed the challenge of the controls and the mobility techniques. It forces you to be
good luck in exploring. Yeah.
A little bit more engaged with the moment-to-moment gameplay. You're thinking, you're really trying to learn how to control your character. But I do think...
I mean, Kenzo, I think I mentioned earlier, like, when I played Skyrim the first time, I don't think I ever beat the main storyline. Like, I literally think I just played, like, 100 hours without touching the main storyline. But I feel like a lot of people did that, right? Like, Skyrim just... Oh, man. Game just blew up.
That's going to be a great topic of debate. I appreciate that there's a lot to learn and master, but at the same time, I do wonder how many players will just see these controls as clunky or overly complex and too frustrating. Things I'm unsure of. I'm unsure of the game's difficulty balance as of right now. I'm unsure of how interesting the vast amount of systems that I encountered will be in the long term. Taking mini games, for example, like some were fun, I guess, doing it once or twice, but nothing really, from what I played, nothing seemed like it was...
That's kind of what my fears were just looking at the mini game options. Because the rock, paper, scissors, that's kind of a joke. The arm wrestling, that seems really simple and easy. And it doesn't look like it's going to, I don't know. A little bit concerned there.
It's going to be like Gwent in The Witcher or anything of that caliber. And I'm unsure of how, systems like, mining and upgrading your weapons, I'm unsure of how interesting that stuff is going to be in the long run.
I'm actually super excited about that. I love mining and then upgrading. I hope the crafting system's really in depth. I mean, they're coming from an MMO background, so I hope that they did that really well. Kensu, memory fragments is the memory helmet stuff. Oh, okay, good. Thanks for pointing that out.
I just don't.
I seen a video of where Cliff voice changes depending on the helmet we wear. We've seen that too. Looks really, it sounds great.
I'm really happy. I'm also unsure of the story as a whole. I am interested in seeing where things go to a certain degree. Like, it's not like I'm not curious at all, but the game hasn't done anything yet in my time with it to make me that invested into the story. Certainly not really emotionally invested in any notable way, such as character building and stuff like that. But that may change as time goes on. I didn't even make it to the Greymane camp and trying to establish that, and that's when you reunite with some companions. So maybe it will get much better in that category, or maybe it won't. Maybe it's just not a story-focused game. At this point in time, since so many of you guys are, love stories in video games on my channel, I would say that right now I'm more so looking at the story as something that is going to unlock cool stuff for my character and unlock cool areas versus being something, a deep story where I'm like, I can't wait to get revenge on this character.
Mazix. The game seems to have more side activities than your favorite game. Seems to have more side activities than your favorite game. I would say, yeah, 100%. Because my favorite game is probably a very linear RPG that doesn't have many side quests. So this one has a lot of side activities. If that's what you're saying, like, what is your favorite game, and how many like is it like Skyrim, and you think this will have more side activities than Skyrim, or what are your thoughts?
That's going to be a problem for some of you, but like I said, initial impressions wise, this could change. And things that I'm actually concerned about right now, the amount of lifeless NPCs that I encountered, and lifeless doesn't mean that they're static necessarily, just there's not really much
I think the story will be the least serviceable. I do have that fear. I was really hoping that was the one thing I was hoping I'd get from all of these first impressions, was that the storyline is awesome, because that'll hook people that are only looking for story, and that's not being heard at this point, I don't think.
Interaction you can do with most of them besides a basic greeting, and then they kind of just repeat the thing that you just heard 30 seconds ago from greeting another NPC. So I am concerned about that. I'm a little bit worried that the overall world interactions are going to be underwhelming when it comes to NPCs.
Wait, what are all those? All recorded notifications. Okay, so that's kind of cool. You get notifications
a little bit worried
for
that
everything.
The overall world interactions are going to be underwhelming when it comes to NPCs. Not the end of the world for like an action game, but I'd be lying if I wasn't expecting it to be a little bit more interesting than that. Maybe things start going crazy when you start liberating areas and NPCs change and stuff, but I'm feeling like a lot of this stuff was more visual proppy than actual meaningful content. And I'm going to leave it at that for this video. Take it as you will. I'm going to be playing the game more with my review code, so I'll have more videos when that embargo lifts. And thank you guys so much for watching.
That seemed like an actual really truthful video there. Like, that was actually really it felt authentic. Like he was like, hey, this is the facts. Like, this is how it actually feels. Good to hear that. Yeah, at least. Oh, it will be at least serviceable. Oh, okay. I thought I was thinking it was like the worst part. But yeah, I think it'll accomplish the task. I mean, I think they've already built a decent storyline from what we can see in the trailers and whatnot. Like, we're trying to rebuild our company. We're trying to find our friends and kill the bad guys. I think that's exactly what we need in an action adventure game. King Wolf, I want to know if they added button mapping. So apparently they have on the PC side, or mouse and keyboard. Maybe not on the mouse controller.
Play about 7 hours of Crimson Desert at a creator and...
All right, next is Artix. Let's see what he's like.
Press event, including the first 4 hours of the game, which I was allowed to record and show you in this video. And between that, also playing some later game saves for a few hours and sitting down for a chat with the Crimson Desert team to ask some of the biggest questions we still have about this game, I now have a much better idea of what Crimson Desert actually plays like, and I have a bunch of new details to share with you. I'm also running a giveaway for a copy of the game, and I'll have all... Damn,
everybody's doing giveaways. I think giveaways is the new meta. Like, all right, hey, I'm giving away 2 Crimson Desert copies on... I'm gonna make the post on Monday. It'll be on my X. Make sure you're following my X. And then yeah, we're gonna give away 2. They'll be deluxe too. All right, I have to one up these bigger influencers.
The details on that at the end of the video. I think everyone's biggest question about Crimson Desert is essentially, what does it actually play like, and is it actually as good as it looks? We have seen quite a bit of gameplay through trailers already, but what is it actually like when you get your hands on it? And specifically, what games would it be comparable to? Well, after getting hands-on at the event, the simplest way I can put my initial impression is that it feels like a hybrid of Elden Ring and Zelda Breath of the Wild, and also kind of The Witcher. But it also has elements of games like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Monster Hunter. What the heck do I mean by that? Well, I say it's like Elden Ring because a huge part of the game is about exploring a massive
we're gonna skip through what he thinks it's like.
That's the biggest thing it has in common with those games. path mission, but there are so many systems and mechanics beyond the basics that you won't be directly shown, and also so much to do off the beaten path. To fully engage with the game, you're going to have to explore, discover, and experiment a lot on your own. And from speaking with the team, this is all very intentional. The game is literally designed to be experimented with, and they want the community to organically discover lots of things as opposed to giving you a lot of direction while you're playing. You're very much encouraged to talk with other players and get help.
It just looks so beautiful though. Like, oh, come on. This just looks so nice. I want to go hiking. I want it not to be winter anymore. I just want to go outside. It's ridiculous.
And share tips. But because I'm making the comparison, I also want to be clear that Crimson Desert is not like Elden Ring in some important ways. First of all, it's not a Souls-like.
Okay, he's still
was a darker setting and also felt close to the level of experimentation available. And that's another area where I can see certain groups of people bouncing off the game. Getting the basic controls under your belt is easy.
Yeah, they don't want to hold your hand. I have seen that, and I'm happy for it, but I also want the game to be successful, and that needs to be casual accessible, right?
Easy, but there are a ton of contextual controls, which you can see pop up in the bottom right of the screen as you're doing things. Just to give you a simple example, I figured out you can do not just a double jump, not a triple jump, not even a quadruple jump, but a full-on quintuple jump that's 5 times if you string together Cliff's regular double jump with one of his unlockable abilities.
Oh, wow.
And that's just a simple one. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff like catapulting yourself into
Why is he not showing any of this? Why is he showing us old content then?
the air using the grappling tool and a bunch of other combos that just go multiple layers deep. So there's definitely some finger gymnastics.
Oh, he probably got to do that in the second half of the playtest that they're not allowed to share.
Required to fully utilize everything, whether you're on keyboard and mouse or controller. That said, I did also notice that the basic attack combos were quite simple to pull off, and they were effective enough against regular enemies and mini bosses that you don't have to break your fingers just to get some basic combat done. In fact, you can actually just hold down R1 or R2 on the controller, and Cliff will automatically do the most basic combos for you. And yes, if you're playing on controller, light and heavy attack will be R1 and R2. At launch, controller mapping will not be customizable, and there will only be one control.
There you go. He had the answer. It will not be customizable at launch.
Scheme available. No other presets to switch to. If you're playing with keyboard and mouse, you will be able to remap, but not on controller, at least not at launch. I did talk with the Crimson Desert team about this, and they're looking at the possibility of adding more controller mapping options, but if that happens, it will be sometime after launch. Honestly though, once you see how many layers there are to the controls and how much they're trying to squeeze onto the limited buttons.
I've not seen the spear gameplay like this. I hope he dives into deeper.
Controller, it makes sense why they're limiting it to one control scheme right now. Being able to remap freely would be daunting, but I do hope they can add some additional preset options at some point. There are also some kind of strange things with the controls that will definitely throw people off until you get used to them. For example, there's so many things you can interact with in this world that in order to talk to some NPCs, you actually need to hold L1 and then position the glowing selector over the NPC to select them and then hit square to interact with them. It makes sense why they did this once you see how much stuff you can interact with, because you'd constantly be like picking up stuff off a table instead of talking to the person you're trying to talk to. Yeah. But it's also...
I mean, it really comes down to... They're trying to make like an experience like Skyrim where you would point and look at what you're trying to pick up, but making it third person. And that makes it inherently more complex, and they have to add these more complex features. I'm really excited about it. I just hope everyone will stay calm and they'll take the time to learn it. But, well, that means they will add it later. Yeah, I'm sure they will. I just wonder if they're just going to do the presets and not full customizing your bindings and whatnot.
Definitely something.
I really don't know why they wouldn't. Why do they not? I'm trying to think of that. They're just afraid someone will mess up their bindings so bad, but then you can just reset to default. I don't know.
Thing you have to get used to. There are some cool extras they added in with the controls though. Like I noticed you can actually toggle the field of view through 5 different levels, even going into first person view by just pressing on the touchpad on a DualSense controller. I found this while trying to find a photo mode actually, but the team confirmed to me that there will not be a photo mode at launch. Like control customization, that's something they're looking at possibly adding later. And it's the same story with New Game Plus. That won't be available at launch either, but something they're potentially looking at later. But honestly, you should not need New Game Plus for a very long time. No joke, I think it's going to take dozens of hours just to get your head wrapped around how everything works and get a sense for all the things you can do. And then it'll probably literally take hundreds of hours to complete everything. I barely scratched the surface in the 7 hours.
Wait,
no
what?
joke, I think it's going to take dozens of hours just to get your head wrapped around how everything works and get a sense for all the things you can do. And then it'll probably literally take hundreds of hours to complete everything. I barely scratched the surface in the 7 hours I had with it. So let's talk about exploration and how you're going to interact with the world.
Kensu, presets make more sense. Yeah, and I'm also just wondering what's going to happen with like some of these interactions. If you tried to set up your own key bindings, you might mess up like the chance of it being able to connect with something. Like I'm thinking of like how you pick up logs. Like you have to like levitate them, then grab them, then be able to use them as a weapon. And if you change like the first layer of that and you don't bind it to something well, maybe then like the second layer, like you'd have to like rebind like multiple layers. Like you'd have to rebind all of your buttons 3 times or even more because difference. It could be just crazy to try and rebind them all. I don't know. Yeah, it could get really annoying talking to NPCs. I'm afraid of that. I am afraid of that. That is definitely something that could be concerning. And then I'm all in for hundreds of hours though. Yeah. Hey, Kesar, how we doing? I feel like Kesar,
of course
you and King Ghost Wolf, I feel are very similar. Just so you guys know, like I imagine you guys would be good friends.
Can explore on foot, and you've probably seen the footage of Cliff gliding, but he can also use various mounts to get around faster, and there are...
I really hope people don't play this just for the story. Yeah, it could be some bad expectations, and that will lead to bad Steam reviews.
Fast travel warp points like I mentioned before.
Ooh,
you can climb almost anything as long as you can manage your stamina, and that includes towers and castle walls. So you can, for example, bypass guards who won't let you through the front door. And I know a lot of people are curious how many of the buildings you can actually go in, and the answer is actually most of them. I was kind of surprised. Not only can you go in most of the buildings you see, but you can actually sometimes find...
You gotta press L1 and look around.
Interesting stuff in there. Like at one point I found this sort of puzzle locked safe.
Ooh,
and I couldn't figure out how to get into it, but it probably contains some good loot if I could figure out how to open it. And then there are actually quite a few locked doors as well that you need to find a key to open. I didn't manage to find many keys in the limited time I had, but again, just another layer to this world that
is so cool. We've not seen this anywhere else. This thing, how does it work though?
But you can actually sometimes find interesting stuff in there. Like at one point I found this sort of puzzle locked safe, and I couldn't figure out how to get into it, but it probably contains some good loot if I could figure out how to open it.
Doesn't do anything. I wonder if there's audio cues that we're missing and you have to like roll until it clicks and then go to the next one. That's pretty cool though. We got Gremza. Most ambitious game ever. I think I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit less hype. Like these are actually kind of scaring me in some ways. But in other ways it's looking really good. Combat is looking really good. But yeah, most ambitious game ever. We will see. We will see.
And then there are actually quite a few locked doors as well that you need to find a key to open. I didn't manage to find many keys in the limited time I had, but again, just another layer to this world that makes it more engaging to explore. Puzzles and puzzle mechanics are a pretty big part of exploration too.
I think the puzzles are going to be super fun. I don't know why they're whining about these puzzles. And I don't think this one was that hard when we watched it.
There are various environmental puzzles to solve that require moving objects around or connecting circuitry to make electrical-like energy flow from one point to another. There's also a fair amount of platforming you'll need to do, which I know will drive some people crazy, especially because sometimes it takes place super high up on the floating islands, and if you fall, you are going all the way down. Cliff can...
And there are additional secrets here. I guarantee it, because there's a platform over there, and we saw one of the other content creators grabbing this box and moving it around. So I think we can actually set these somewhere and you might be able to get some extra loot.
Fly, so it's not like you'll die, but...
Kensu, it's a natural upgrade to BDO, so I don't agree with it being the most ambitious game. And then Kesar, it looks like a weird slot machine. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe there's a... Maybe with that insert a coin to get it to trigger, who knows?
You will have to get back up there, and if you didn't unlock a warp point up there before you fell, well, you're in for a long journey back up. And it does sometimes take a while to get up there. Like at one point, I took a levitating platform up and it literally took probably a solid minute or more to go from ground level up to the island in the abyss. I remember thinking this would be a pretty good time to get a snack. There's also some puzzling to do with specific gear you'll unlock that lets you view memories, and the basic lantern is also important for locating hidden things you need to interact with. And even during the limited time I had, I could just tell there are a bunch of other mechanics you can play with to interact with the environment. Like at one point, the game shows you can create fire arrows by literally holding an arrow over a brazier.
Yeah, see, maybe we've only seen one content creator have the bug that happened here, but
and then burn down vines by shooting them with it. But Cliff also has this mechanic where he can reflect light off his blade, which can...
Okay, sorry, I'm not a fan of platforming. And then King goes, don't fall. Not helpful. Not helpful.
It's used for a few different things, but you can actually burn things with that too. And I didn't really have enough opportunities to experiment with it fully, but it definitely looked like you could temporarily blind enemies with that as well. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about when I say you need to experiment and explore. There's just so many different little systems and mechanics that interact with each other, and it's cool figuring out useful and fun things you can do. And what you'll notice with quests specifically is that you will typically have a clear final objective presented to you, but you're going to have to figure out all the steps to get to that end goal. The game isn't really going to guide you through each step of a quest. Again,
See, like, why are we not playing with these? Like, what do these do? Is there some... I don't know. I'd be playing around with all this. Maybe some of them did.
Some people will love that and others will find it frustrating because you can easily end up spending a lot of time trying to figure out what you're supposed to do. A few other random gameplay things. I did also notice the inventory gets full pretty fast and that more inventory space gets unlocked by helping out townsfolk with various tasks. This is something I worry could become kind of frustrating because there's a ton of stuff to pick up everywhere you go, but it seemed like you need to do quite a few mundane tasks for townsfolk to get significantly more inventory space. I could be wrong about...
Or you need to unlock your gray main camp. Yep. I will absolutely fall. I'm pretty sure I will too. In the jump system doesn't look super intuitive. Like it looks like you only jump at certain times, and it's not like you just press X or square right before you reach the edge.
That though, maybe there's other systems that unlock a bunch of inventory space more quickly, and there also may be some kind of stash mechanic at the camp. You do unlock the camp pretty early where you can farm and cook and other things like that, so I would not be surprised if there's some kind of stash there. I just don't know for sure because I didn't have a lot of time to explore the camp. You can
Oh, he actually got to the camp. Okay.
Actually also change time of day by sleeping in a bed or at a campfire. Although there's a cooldown on this, so you have to wait to do it again. And there is fall damage in this game, so even though Cliff can fly, flying costs stamina. So you're gonna have to be a bit careful with managing how far you're trying to fly and how far above the ground you are. But one of the things you're definitely going to want to go out exploring for are abyss artifacts. There are tons of these scattered around the world and you need them to unlock Cliff's abilities. But it was also cool to see that some skills could actually also be...
Oh, I forgot to look at your video, King. I totally meant to do that. Shoot. Totally missed that. Kensu, they also have targeted jumping though. That is true for Kizar. Yeah, that's totally true. Yeah, you can just hold L1 to point to where you want to jump and he'll jump to it. So that's for people like you, actually. Literally stops the people who hate platformers. You can cheat the system. Yeah. Kenzo is pointing that out. Grumza, which video is this? This one is the Arctics? Arctics? Yeah. Looks like he actually got to the camp. I don't know if he shows much of the camp later on. Hopefully we see something maybe at the combat and gear. But, yeah.
He learned through observing an NPC doing them. And it did look like you could respec your abyss artifacts to reallocate them and unlock different abilities.
Ooh, okay, so you can reset them. That's key.
So for example, if you had already unlocked an ability by consuming a few abyss artifacts, but then you come across the NPC where you could learn that ability through observation, you can take the abyss artifacts back, learn that ability through observation, and then use the abyss artifacts for another ability.
Nice.
The abyss artifacts get used to unlock the abilities for the secondary characters as well. And I know people are curious about what the limits are for what you can do with those guys. I only had a few minutes with them, but I did find some new things and got some additional info on them. So in addition to the unique weapon classes we already knew about, they do each have their own unique abilities too. But there's also quite a bit of overlap here. So even though they each feel distinct, especially because of their unique weapon classes, you can sort of fall back on the basic combat mechanics with any one of them because they share a set of core abilities and can equip a lot of similar functioning weapons in addition to their unique ones. It's also been revealed previously that these characters unlock through main story progression, and they can be used for any open world content you want. But it sounds like they will also be playable for parts of the main story. I'm guessing for specific parts designed for them, but not the whole story. When you want to switch to one of them, you basically summon them to your location, and then you can freely swap between who you're actually help you in open world content, and it's Cliff. And the overall emphasis of narrative elements might be a divisive aspect for the game for some people too. I'm reserving final judgment on the story until I'm able to publish.
We're gonna skip
of
that.
hours though, so that's something I want to come back to in my full review as well. But something that I definitely liked was combat. We touched something I want to come back to in my full review as well.
Oh,
Fun for dozens or hundreds of hours though, so that's something I want to come back to in my full review as well. But something that I definitely liked was combat. We touched on combat before, but there are a few more details you should know about, including some cool stuff about gear. The combat system is very much built around the ability tree, which is split into 3 branches: stamina, health, and spirit. And spirit is where all the magic abilities come in. In addition to a bunch of melee combos, Cliff and the other characters do also have a fair amount of magic-based abilities that you can weave into combat as well, which is pretty cool. Magic abilities are powered by the spirit gauge down near the health bar. And I was also happy to see that weapons do go beyond just having basic stats like power and speed. Some of them also have special attributes and abilities shown in their descriptions, which you'll definitely want to consider for builds. And then you've also got slots on weapons for abyss cores, which are your mods to customize weapons with different stat balances and special enhancements. Weapons can also have a refinement level, meaning you can basically upgrade them to make them stronger. And overall, it definitely looks like there's a lot of gear in the game to find and play around with. How much variety there is something I want to check out more, but given how much there is, I think there should be a pretty healthy variety. It's also worth mentioning that I couldn't really find a way to stealth. Not saying it's not possible, in fact there's a decent chance there is a way given how many different systems are in this game, but at the same time I wouldn't be surprised if stealth isn't particularly viable. It just doesn't really feel like the combat system was built with stealth in mind. And I also noticed at times when fighting regular enemies that they would sort of just stand around and wait for me to attack, which didn't feel very engaging. It's possible this was a bit of a bug though, because we were obviously playing a pre-release build and it didn't happen all the time. The one boss fight I did get to try, which I can't show you because it's too spoilery, was pretty cool. Between that and the boss fights I've seen in various trailers, I think there should be some pretty unique bosses to take on, and probably a bunch of them given how massive this game is. But let's talk performance. I gotta say, I was actually pretty impressed with how well the game ran, especially since the build I played wasn't the final version. I was keeping an eye out for things like dramatic frame rate drops, especially in combat, and I wanted to see if I noticed pop-in of terrain or NPCs while exploring.
Huh. Alright, tea with Mandy. Someone, actually, before we do that, King said we need to check this out. So, I really want to dive into this one real quick. Boom.
Hey guys, Danzig here. So I recently had a full day to play Crimson Desert and was privileged enough to test out every skill the main character Cliff has in his arsenal. So in this video, I'll be going through his skill tree, diving into each node and their sub-skills, as well as letting you know how it felt to pilot. Ultimately giving you my opinion on the skill tree and how good or bad it is. Let's get right into it.
Okay, that's just like a solid intro. Like, how big is this guy? I like his 250k. I feel like he should be bigger.
So this is Cliff's skill tree, which is significantly bigger than the other 2 characters, but that's for another video. So we have 3 paths, blue, red, and green. They seem to be converging into an ultimate skill in the middle, but as of this build, that's not the case. Skills have basic requirements of abyss artifacts, and besides some exceptions, they can be picked up in any order. Also, by observing the skill performed in the world by enemies or allies.
Kensu's like, I wonder how much we can improve the broom. That's funny. That's actually really funny. I want to put this. Yeah, okay, we'll look at that later.
You can learn them without investments.
And then we saw there's 76 bosses. There's plenty of room for unique bosses. Yeah.
See the locations of which on your map. You can.
I've never seen his content before, like ever. First time.
Them all here. If you already had a point in the skill you learned, the artifact cost will be refunded. It's an elegant little system once you get your head around it. Sadly, the game doesn't do a good job explaining why you'd want any particular skill. A common theme here is you won't see any damage numbers or percentages of skills you're investing into, so it's hard to tell at a glance without trying the skills how effective they'll be. So most importantly, at the start of each tree, you have your passive attributes that you can raise: health, stamina, and spirit. Your health bar starts off quite small, but I'd recommend investing a bit into stamina first. It governs your special attacks, your dodges, how long you can sprint, glide, control a horse as you tame it, and much more. It's important to reach a critical mass so exploration and combat feel good. Then spirit. If you like launching off lots of magical attacks, this is what you'd want to raise. You regenerate spirit by killing targets. Further along the trees are the actual skills, which give you some kind of new effect or ability. Note that none of us were able to record footage.
Oh, this was your first one too? Yep.
From the late game. Though I can confirm you don't get any secret skills, not on the tree that you're seeing.
Okay, let's see what all these are. Or is he going to actually go through them all? This is still just the intro. I'll let him
from
finish.
the late game. Though I can confirm you don't get any secret skills, not on the tree that you're seeing here. Unless, of course, they hid stuff from us, but they had no reason to do so. Let's start in the blue tree with unarmed combat. Now, I was given a PlayStation controller, but you can use an Xbox and that has equivalent mapping, or you can even use a mouse and keyboard. By pressing triangle, you switch to unarmed mode and can lay down the pain on your enemies. So in this node, there are 5 sub-skills. The first rank unlocks the skill. The second gives you a scissor takedown ability. While crouching, you press triangle to trip an enemy. While on the ground, you can finish them with your weapon easily with R1. The next gives you further skill combos to make it feel more like a fighting game, and the fourth gives you a lunge and barrage of punches by using your heavy blows to make it
Okay, so there's just combos, okay?
feel more like a fighting game, and the fourth gives you a lunge and barrage of punches by using your heavy attack or R2. This can propel light enemies off cliffs and into walls. The final stage gives you a powerful, unarmed ultimate attack. Pressing R1 and R2 together like you do with your weapon out for its ultimate will unleash a barrage of strikes costing 10 spirit.
So it's like a 72 palm from like Naruto, if anyone watches that.
Now, you might be thinking, what's the point of going unarmed? I wish I could tell you. Weapons have their own damage and stats so you can rapidly compare, but fists, it's hard to tell what the investment will yield. From my testing, it seemed better to use a powerful weapon, but without all the factors in place, without playing it from the start of the game till the end, it's hard to be certain.
Okay.
He's flying. During my playtime, it is the pump kick. By holding triangle, you launch a powerful kick that sends light enemies flying. During my playtime, I learnt this from a boss and could use it against said boss to knock him into things for big damage. You can upgrade it with a giant
Ooh, a giant swing.
Swing, but that requires 3 in grappling, a skill coming up later.
Okay, cool. And so there are going to be prerequisites for something. I was hoping there'd be like a prerequisite system where you need like different skills across the tree to like get one. And giant swing is one of them. That's awesome. So you need grappling 3 and pump kick 1. That is cool.
Why do you want to swing them? Well, because it looks cool. The main theme of why you'll be doing anything in this game. But keep in mind, you don't need to spend resources, just have the requirements for this to unlock. Next is drop kick. Holding triangle will have you drop kick an opponent, yet another skill I watched and learned from a boss. The considerable knockback is great against small opponents. Yes, it is the same button input as pump kick. Does it replace the skill? No, I think. Well, what's the difference? Well, it doesn't say, but the pump kick can be done standing still, and it seems like the drop kick needs you to be moving, but I'm not entirely sure, even looking back on my footage. Then we have Vault. For 40 stamina, you can press R1 plus square to leap over an enemy. This is good because you'll have a...
This looks so key for some of the boss fights, specifically like the Reed boss. I was watching that, and it was like, that's how you beat that boss.
Significant advantage behind your enemy. Some you can instantly finish off. To the right, we have Flying Kick. This one requires you to be in the air from jumping or otherwise. Then pressing triangle will launch you towards the target to kick them twice. From high altitude though, pressing triangle will set off Meteor Kick, which uses 10 spirit, a more powerful strike from the sky. You'll notice with a lot of these attacks that use spirit, they have a nature-like particle effect. Depending on what your current element is, you can change the damage type.
That's the other thing. None of them have had other elements. Like, I wonder how much the elements are going to change.
That isn't listed here, I know, but you'll see more on that soon. Moving down, we have grappling, 3 of which automatically gives you the pump kick swing upgrade. By pressing triangle and circle, or X and square together, you'll grab your target. Pressing triangle and circle then will...
KSR, it'd be fun to overpower, then go back to lower levels and unarm the crap out of them. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the way you do it, especially if the balance isn't great and you just get to the late game and you're just like, well, I'm already smashing all these guys like noobs. Let's just go unarmed. I'm going to take down a dragon with just my fists. That'd be a challenge. Could be fun. Obviously, there's going to be definitely some playthroughs. It's like unarmed only, no damage, some like Souls-like people doing that. This is probably a later game. Yeah.
Throw the target. Yes, you can throw them off cliffs or into their friends or into walls, whatever you want to do. Pressing triangle and circle though will take the enemy hostage for you to guard your body and follow up attack. Another point in grapple will unlock Lariat. For 60 stamina, by pressing X and square together, you slam the enemy hard into the ground and give them the Stone Cold Steve Austin stunner. With 4 points, you can channel your inner dragon's Dogma and cling to bigger targets. Then we have a reminder that at this stage...
I love the shout out to Dragon's Dogma. Like, let's go climb.
You'll get Giant Swing for the pump kick. Not sure why this is the only reminder in the entire skill tree, but here it is. Finally, for...
I think that's plenty enough. You just need that on the on there just to remind them. I think that's perfectly fine.
5 points in grappling, you can follow up your lariat another time. For what I assume is big damage. It's hard to tell because they don't include tooltips. A simple, this does 200% damage.
I would agree. I definitely agree. I feel like a video just like on the damage percentages is going to be something I might do.
The line of text would have been so helpful. Further up though is clothesline. 60 stamina, press X and square while running to clothesline a target, knocking them to the ground for a follow-up. Body slam is next, and for 60 stamina, while you have either double jumped or used aerial force palm, you can slam into enemies from the air with your body. So you need to have unlocked either to be able to use this ability. I learned this skill by watching a boss use it. It hits in a decent area around you, and AoE attacks are invaluable since there can be a lot of enemies on screen at once, and they don't seem to take turns in attacking you. Moving down, we have archery. You get this automatically when you start the game, but you can improve it up to 5 times. Now, why would you do this? You have to guess why. Then we have multi-shot. It fires 10 arrows across a wide...
Wait, what was that? You have to guess why. I don't know what it means. I mean, it probably increases damage? No? Like...
cone in front of you for a cost of 10 spirit. This example video really doesn't show what it does properly, but it is useful when there are a lot of enemies around, when you have your bow out, because it takes a fair amount of time to shift back to a shield and sword.
Enemies don't wait their turn to attack. Yeah.
Then we have evasive shot for 45 stamina. You can double tap your dodge button to slide and shoot at
Ooh,
the
that looks smooth. That one looks good.
Time. Useful as you'll be dodging a lot in combat. 2 ranks gets you an increased speed dodge when you evade.
What?
3 points gives you 2 things. First, it now makes the evasive shot fire 2 arrows. Second, it gives you an explosive evasive shot by pressing R1 and R2. While aiming, you fire a powerful arrow into the ground and leap back. You can equip different arrows.
Okay, wow. Okay, these are like straight out of like a ranger class in an MMO. They did this really well. Okay, archery seems actually pretty cool at this point. Kensu, I think they want you to worry more about how something looks than how much damage numbers show up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what they're looking for. How it feels. Like how do you want to, what kind of person do you want your cliff to be? Yeah.
Types. So I don't think this means the arrow will explode. It will only explode when you have explosive arrows equipped, at least when I tested it. Now, charge shot consumes spirit to fire a magical shot, once again, based on your current element equipped. Moving down, we have armed combat. It's your basic attack. Press R1 to attack the enemy with your currently equipped weapon. You'll by far be using this the most, so I'd recommend upgrading it post haste. The first rank gives you evasive slash, 40 stamina to slash while jumping backwards. It's good while you're dodging attacks or getting out of trouble. The next rank unlocks charge. You'll have your guard up most of the fight, so just press X and then X, you'll charge at your enemy and knock back small ones. 3 points gives you rush. For 70 stamina, you can turn your forward evade into a powerful strike by pressing R2. This apparently counters enemies' attacks, but during testing, this only seemed to work on smaller enemies or...
This even worked in the Stag Lord. I think I watched them fight the Stag Lord, and this literally knocked him back, so it can work on bosses too.
While you had your shield up as well, which makes that redundant. Now, we come to the main reason why you want so many points in unarmed combat: quick swap. Swapping weapons normally is slow and tedious, but by pressing L1 and L2 together, you switch between your main and your sub-weapon. In my case, it was a sword and shield and a soul spear. Switching to each does a little attack appropriate to the weapon you're switching to, like a pole vault kick when switching to the spear. Next, awesome. We have the forward slash. This is basically your heavy attack. You press R2 to...
King's like, I told you. But Kensu, playing a ranger that comes straight out of the ranger kit. Yeah, exactly.
Executed. You also start with this. 2 ranks gives you improved forward slash, which lets you follow up with more slashes, essentially comboing, and yes, it is very useful, and yes, you'll use it often in all forms of combat. 3 ranks gives you forward slash mastery, which claims it will never miss its mark, but I'm not sure what that exactly means. In my testing of the slash, it most definitely misses if you don't aim at a target and your targets can still block and dodge, so I don't know. Shield Bash with L1 and R2 lets you Shield Bash and feels like any other Shield Bash that you've ever used before. Shield Bash, knocking back targets rather than doing much damage. Turning Slash is next and consumes 10 spirit to launch off a kind of power attack or ultimate strike from other games. It blows enemies away and takes into account your current element. Pressing light and heavy attack together activates.
This is the one that I remember that they were trying to push us to use a lot during the demo. And because you have different elements, like depending on what the enemy was, you would do some cool, and the visual effects were awesome. At least I like flashy kind of particle effects with like flame and ice and lightning.
2 ranks lets you combo into the turning slash, meaning you could press light attack, for example, then turning, and then it will combo into it. I do wish they listed here all possible button combinations, but what do I know? 3 ranks into it lets you press turning slash again for a follow-up for no additional spirit cost, which of course is quite good. 3 ranks also gives you turning slash mastery, which ignores enemies' super armor and knocks them back. I didn't get to try this well on big bosses, but on regular enemies with a shield, it seems to ignore them and go right through, which is quite useful. To the right, we have stab, and it also goes through super armor, which you'll see. It kind of lunges you forward to stab, and it only hits one target and makes them bleed, apparently. But I didn't see how the effects of bleed work, so I can't be sure how effective it is. However, with 2 ranks, the swift stab gets a follow-up slash, and that seemed to do a lot of damage to the scrub enemies. Keep in mind, this attack also costs stamina. 2 ranks also unlock skewer, which lets you grab the target you just stabbed. Following up,
so that's really interesting. Everything on the left side of this tree is spirit, and on the right side it's stamina, I think. That's something that I've been noticing.
It kind of lunges you forward to stab, and it only hits one target and makes them bleed, apparently. But I didn't see how the effects of bleed work, so I can't a lot of damage to the scrub enemies. Keep in mind, this attack also costs stamina. 2 ranks also unlock skewer, which lets you grab the target you just stabbed. Following up any way you see fit with unlocked grapple node skills. So you could stab.
Okay, so if you want to like go skewer, you're going to bleed them, then you're going to grapple them, and they're bleeding while you're just messing them up. That's a pretty cool combo.
Stab into Lariat if you wish. 3 points into the skill unlocks 2 things. First is aerial stab, which lets you use the attack in the air. Finally, it unlocks stab mastery, letting you stab through super armor. Once again, unsure how it affects bosses, but it does get through scrubs from testing. Sword flurry is next. 30 stamina to step a short way forward and slash around you in an AoE, which is exactly what I used it for. Some area damage since you're quick to be surrounded in this game. More accurately, I used Enhanced Spinning Slash, which you unlock at rank 2. It lets you hold R1 and X to continue launching off spinning slashes, consuming stamina each time, and when you unlock a skill that gives you echoes, it's even more effective. Next is Blinding Flash, another skill you get in the tutorial. Pressing L1 and R1 reflects light. You can use that to solve puzzles like grass and stuff on fire, reveal secrets, and blind your enemies, though I never really got it to work mid-combat. Then we have another node for what probably should have just been within Blinding Light Finisher. If you blind a target, you follow up attack. It sure looks powerful, but I never tried it. Blinding targets wasn't something I thought about mid-combat since we have so many tools available. So that's the blue tree. There are a lot of stamina-based nodes in this one, but there still are skills that consume spirit. I would have liked to see them over in the spirit tree since it's kind of light and just shuffle everything around so it makes a bit more sense. I would break this skill tree down, but since you can pick and choose which skills you want to unlock, it's doubtful you'll commit to just one tree. So let's take a look at the green tree, starting with the passive spirit upgrade. You need spirit for your specials and some skills. It's basically like mana, except it regenerates when you kill targets, noted by the green glow when you kill something.
Okay, I've always been wondering how you generate spirit, so it's by getting kills. Okay. Red was health, stamina was top, blue is stam. No, what I'm saying is on the blue tree, on the left side of it, all of those abilities took stamina, or took spirit, and all the abilities on the right side took stamina, from what I was seeing.
Nature's Echo, which I found may be quite powerful in the late game. It summons a phantom clone to mimic your attacks. You first need keen senses and / to rank 3, so it may be a while until you get this one. The first rank upgrades your / with an Echo.
Wait, what?
Rank
we need
3,
to go through this again.
phantom clone to mimic your attacks. You first need keen senses.
Okay, that's really cool. Okay. And it doesn't cost any stamina or anything, but you need keen senses level 3 and / level 3. Okay.
And / to rank 3, so it may be a while until you get this one. The first rank upgrades your / with an Echo. The
triggers automatically when using / creates an illusion. Oh, wow.
Next upgrades your spinning slash. Remember how it clears enemies in an AoE? Well, this makes it the go-to option for scrubs. The next rank gives Echoing Stab, which does exactly what you'd expect. Overall, it seems to double your damage output, at least 50% more. It does a lot, so I definitely recommend picking it up. Nature's Snare is next, and something I never really used. Press R while in focus mode, and that makes a snare that blocks projectiles for a 2 spirit a second cost. 2 ranks lets you retaliate against your attackers by pressing R3 during the channel. For 3 ranks, you can press L3 during the channel and make the veil stay where you were channeling. without you having to channel it. It doesn't seem to last long though. Overall, I couldn't see much of a use for this since your shield blocks projectiles anyway.
Yeah, but I think we saw one of those bosses that shoots like 10 arrows at once. That was so key for that, for sure.
But I'm sure there is one, I just didn't get a chance to see it. Keen Senses is up next, and 3 ranks of which is required for Nature's Echo. These are skills revolving around defenses. I feel like they should have been in the stamina section up top.
I would agree.
Here we are. First rank gives you parry. Pressing L1 just before getting hit will parry the enemy, doing what you'd expect, giving you more frames to follow up with while staggering the enemy. Rank 2 gives you back, which is basically a perfect dodge. Dodge right before getting hit to execute it. This seems to be more reliable than parry against bosses. And finally, for 3 ranks, we have counter. If you attack right before getting hit, you strike first. I couldn't get this to work consistently, but there must be a trick or a very, very narrow window. Next is evasive roll. For 10 spirit, you can roll away from the action to get some breathing room. This isn't a normal roll though, which you will be using a lot. Specifically, this happens if you activate roll right before getting hit, which you'll be trying to do regardless, so a perfect roll. How is this different to dodge? Roll is a longer press on the circle, dodge is a double tap, which it doesn't seem to say here. The common theme is that tooltips aren't so reliable. Next is a fairly core skill, double jump. It consumes spirit to do so, but lets you jump a second time. You can follow up with many of the skills we've already gone through. Keep in mind, you can press R3 while you're in the air to force palm further into the air, which we'll go through soon. Focus is next,
I like
and
that
can we just take a second to appreciate...
Okay, sorry, you don't sound like you're less hyped to me. Just saying. I mean, I'm still super pumped. Like, I guess when I made my video talking about how I thought this was going to be Game of the Year, that is just not, I'm not as optimistic about that. I'm so excited for this. It's just, I don't think it's going to be Game of the Year anymore. At least I'm not 100% sure that it's going to make that. So, all right, what do we got? Toma, what's up? You want this game. You won't this game. Want? No, that us too, right? That's why we're watching these videos, just seeing what's happening. What are they doing? This is so cool. I like this video. This guy is such a G for showing us the whole tech tree. This is awesome.
All the connective lines of this skill tree that are, for all intents and purposes, useless.
I was actually wondering that this whole time too. Do you need these as prerequisites for this? I guess not.
Why are they connected this way? No one knows. Focus lets you slow down time by pressing in both triggers. It consumes 5 spirit a second. For 2 points, you get focused repulsion. Pressing R1 knocks back everything around you for 10 spirit. A good oh shit get off me set of buttons. For 3 points, you unlock Focused Insight, which lets you see enemy attacks and immediately counter with L1, making you feel a little bit like Batman in the games that were actually good. Here's Force Palm, something you learned fairly early on by observing it.
That repulsion, that's cool.
As an echo. Rank 1 lets you use Force Palm as an attack or a way to push in objects while you're trying to solve puzzles. Most spirit draining attacks, it takes into account your current element. The first rank also unlocks aerial force palm, so if you're in the air and press it, you'll get another jump.
You will take damage. Reminder, do not just fall, because it hurts. That takes like half his health. It's crazy.
Way to heal. Pressing L1 while charging will heal what you hit, which is good because later on you unlock 2 other companions to play as, but you can also summon them to fight with you at the same time, so this is a way to keep them healthy. Rank 2 gives you up to 2 extra palm strikes. That means you can jump, double jump, then palm strike 3 times for a total of 5 jumps, getting some significant air.
Wow. Okay. So that's how they were able to calculate that you could jump. You can boost so high. That's crazy.
3 gets up to 3 extra palm strikes for 6 extra jumps or 4 palm strike attacks. There are a further 2 ranks of Palm Strike, but I have no idea what they give you. My assumption is damage, but it would be nice if the game listed what they improved. During the story, you'll unlock Nature's Grasp.
Oh, that's why the archery, he's like, it's not clear because it doesn't unlock a new skill. It's just 5 stacks. Okay, very interesting. Okay, JHP, what's up? At what point did you think this game couldn't be Game of the Year? It's coming down to what will GTA do, and what about Fable? What about some of these other late game and Resident Evil with how it's popped off, there's a lot that have the potential to overlook this if it doesn't appeal to the casual gamer. And from what all of these guys are saying is that the tutorial's hard, the buttons are hard, and any game that's been successful and got Game of the Year wasn't like input complex. Like think about like the last few years. I mean, even Baldur's Gate 3, which is an incredibly complex game, it's pretty simple to pick up. Like my girlfriend who doesn't play games loves, we loved Divinity Sin 2, and then we got Baldur's Gate 3. Like that is an incredible game. But I think it's easy to get into. This could be difficult, especially the puzzles too, if people are just being stupid. I don't know. We'll see. GTA 6. Hey, I'm not saying GTA 6 is going to be the best. All right. That's why I talk shit about it on one of my videos. Feel free to check it out. But yeah, we'll see.
A way to pick up objects and move them. One of the two different skills that do the same thing on different buttons. But I mean, the game distinguishes which one you should use at the current time.
See, this was another example right here. This is this exact thing. But once again, this is an early demo, and they might have fixed these. And then that casual gamer, if they can get 2 to 4 hours into the game, and they're like, okay, wow, okay, I've started to learn and master these. That's when then they get hooked, and we just need to get to that hook point. 2 hours, 47 mins, 53 seconds, and Platinum Resident Evil 9 unlocked everything. What? That's all it took you? That's actually like sad. Are you happy with that, or are you saying you're fast and you're good to go, or was that just like that's all you had to do, King? Because I would be disappointed if it literally only took me 3 hours to finish everything.
This one uses stamina, unlike the other, for some reason, even though it is clearly...
Or are you saying that that's exactly how easy it is for casual gamers to get into a game and love it? Because, I mean, Resident Evil 9 has the same ratings as, Expedition 33 right now. So we, as Crimson Desert, are going to be competing against that. And are we going to have the same ratings? I don't know.
Magical. It can be used during boss fights to pick up pillars, then slam the pillar down onto them. We then
I'm missing some of this. We'll have to go back in a second.
I mean, the game distinguishes...
Okay, that's just the one.
And slam the pillar down onto them. We then have Focus Shot, letting you slow down time while aiming at the cost of spirit. Pressing R1 will launch a volley of arrows. Rank 2 lets you roll and shoot while aiming, and Rank 3 lets you paint targets and launch off a volley at...
I got to do that. That was really cool. Launching the volley. You like point... You pick all your targets, and then you release, and it just shoots like 10 arrows at all of them. That was really cool.
All of them. Force Palm lets you follow up your Force Palm strike with a strike. It costs spirit, so yeah, it's another strike on top of the 4 you already have at this point. I don't know why this is a separate node, but it is, and it's actually a decent skill. Focus Palm uses spirit to enter a focus state while charging your Force Palm. It's used to target opponents in a core. It looks really cool, and it's used against some bosses. There's a skill that lets you swing, and Light Falling Palm is a follow-up to that. Pressing R3 while swinging will make you slam towards the ground. The damage is based on your current element, it seems. And I don't know why this just wasn't attached to the ability that does make you swing, like a follow-up to that to upgrade it, but what do I know? Force Current requires Axe and Force level 2 and Force Palm level 2, but it makes it so while you're holding a target with Axe and Force, you can send a pulse through it. I noticed it does high stagger to targets or builds up the boss stagger meter quite high. Yeah, bosses have stagger meters, and once it happens, they get stunned. So that is the green tree. Next is the red, which is the smallest tree by far, starting with the health passive upgrade.
All right, good. That's so cool. Okay, so King Ghost Wolf. It took multiple playthroughs. I did play on insanity mode, but the speed run but for the speed run you have to beat the game in less than 4 hours. Oh, okay, so that's literally like one of the achievements is to finish it under 4 hours. Interesting. JHP. So basically, if your girlfriend gets into the game, it could be Game of the Year. Exactly. It's entirely my girlfriend. No. She's not that big a gamer. I doubt she'd play this. I don't know. I'd be surprised if she got into this. She loved Harry Potter, like Hogwarts Legacy. Like she ate that up. She beat that game as soon as she had time. But I think this one might be too complex for her. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get her on stream maybe one of these days.
Like mentioned, your health starts very low, so upgrading this can be helpful. The first skill is Mystical Storage. Pressing triangle while holding an object with axe and force, which we'll get to soon, is just another way to hold things, will seal an object inside of an iron pot. I have no idea why. It wasn't brought up in our PlayStation at all, so your guess is as good as mine.
What is this for? Can you then like swing an iron pot and do something with it? I don't know. That's interesting.
Next is Fist of Flame. Using 10 Spirit, you imbue your fist with fire and charge forward. It says it can be cast while casting other skills, but it doesn't seem to work while charging Force Palm without cancelling it, so I don't know exactly what it means, but it is a powerful attack. Next is Veil of Fog. Consuming 10 Spirit, you make a large area around you foggy, stopping enemies from seeing you and letting you stealth assassinate them. Obviously, it doesn't work against bosses, but I tried it and it's still a bit of fun. Now, why are these skills all in the health tree? I feel like they should be in the spirit tree. Anyway, we finally get to imbue elements. You both need Fist of Flame and Mantle of Frost to get this, but it lets you switch your current element with the others. Ta-da, this is the one I've been talking about. The first rank also imbues your heavy with your current element by pressing L2 and R2 during it. Rank 2 imbues your charged shot with an element, this one actually costing spirit. Also, this is auto-applied to the charged shot, you don't need to press anything. The third rank is the Force Palm, imbuing it with the element, and finally, fourth rank imbues Meteor Kick with the power of an element. The tooltip says lightning, but it seems to be any element you have equipped. Mantle of Frost is next, which you need to unlock imbue elements. For 10 Spirit, it freezes the surroundings to create a protective barrier on yourself. It does block a hit and stagger enemies, kind of like a delayed parry. Surge of Sparks is next, and even though it's linked to imbue elements the same way as Mantle of Frost, it's not needed at all to unlock the ability. Consume 10 Spirit to run electricity into the ground to create a shocking area for enemies. It's an AoE shock attack, and it was quite useful, but it was dangerous against bosses, so use it at your discretion because it locks you in place, of course, and it doesn't just straight up stun bosses. It builds up their stagger meter.
Dude, he's actually like doing a full like guide already. Like that's pretty cool. Sad that I can't make it, but dang, he's already got me. Okay, so King, I have news on GTA 6. They partnered with NBA 2K26, so basketball will be in GTA 6. Oh, okay, that's interesting. We'll definitely have to track that. And then Kesar, Hogwarts was fun, not challenging or anything, but fun to play. Right? It was a solid game. It did get a little tedious though, right? Like I think I was like maybe like 20-30 hours in. I'm like I'll have to take a break because it's just like doing the same pick lock. It's any of the little mini games, they all felt the same.
You'll unlock Axe and Force. It sends out a magical hand to help you move and manipulate objects. Mostly for solving puzzles, and yes, we have an ability that does that already called Nature's Grasp. Why the devs chose to have two different skills that essentially do the same thing is beyond me, as sending out this hand to lift other things, like the door shown with Nature's Grasp, would be just fine.
But one does stamina and one uses... No, that one doesn't even use stamina. That one uses spirit. Or uses stamina?
Making Nature's Grasp not really needed at all. I rank 2.
No, it is. This is stamina, and the other one was spirit, right?
You can use this skill like a grapple. You can lock onto an area, then leap up. Rank 3 turns it in...
Right, here, let's go back.
Be just fine. Hand to lift other...
No, it's stamina. It's all stamina.
Things... Nature's Grasp not really needed at all.
Totally
rank
fair.
2, you can use the skill like a...
He's got a great commentary. I'm loving his opinions.
Grapple, you can lock onto an area, then leap up. Rank 3 turns it into a swing, which lets you then follow up with the ground slams we've seen previously over in another tree. For some reason, it really should have just been here. Flight is granted to you via the story, and it lets you glide, not fly, through the air.
It literally sounds like he's playing Skyrim music in the background.
Your stamina will actually deplete if you move while gliding, though that isn't listed here. If you stay still though while in this mode, you'll slowly drop to the ground without consuming stamina. Upgrading to rank 2 gives Swift Flight, which makes you dive and travel faster, consuming stamina as well, which is weird because if you dive, you really should be recovering your stamina. Anyway, gliding is one of the reasons you want to improve your stamina because at lower mounts, you can't really glide for long, and gliding is pretty useful. Now, I'm not sure why this skill needed its own node, but getting aerial roll lets you roll slightly for a stamina amount. I honestly can't see the reason to ever use this, but maybe there is some bosses that require aerial dodging. Last on the red tree is Winch. It requires 3 grappling and 3 axe and force. The requirement is why it's a different color, I think. Pressing L3 channels your inner scorpion and pulls it towards you for a slam.
Your
you can
inner
proceed
scorpion.
to finish them off with a basic attack. So finally, in the middle of all those trees is Falling Palm. You press R3 while falling at full speed to consume all your stamina and blow up anything you land on, so a higher stamina amount means apparently more damage. I've seen
okay. I bet you there's some cool secrets we'll be able to unlock with this. If we're able to like fall from the abyss, and then like there's like a castle or something, like we just break it, that could be really cool.
It's used on enemies and bosses alike. It's not something you'll use very often, but it seems very powerful. So those are all the skills Cliff has access to in Crimson Desert. As you can see, the skill tree is kind of a mess of form and function. There's no reason why some skills are in particular sections, and the connective tissue to all of those skills makes no sense visually and mechanically, and all the skills lack some kind of very important tooltip that actually gives you reasons to use or invest into them. Without some serious polish, and that's all it really needs because the skills themselves feel fun to use, this particular version of the game skill tree is quite disappointing. The skills are mostly fun themselves, and Cliff certainly has a lot of good tools at his disposal to make the combat and traversal quite interesting. I just hope by the time you get your hands on the game, the problems I've highlighted, sarcastically or otherwise, are all fixed. Anyway, I hope I gave you a good idea of what to expect. If you have any particular questions, ask below. I'll try to get to them. So, what do you think? Cliff seem like fun? Let me know below. Thanks so much for watching, and until next time, ciao friends.
That was a great breakdown. I loved it. I wonder, does he have his full 6 hours already on there, or what does he have? 20 things that blew me away. Okay, so it's probably this. I want to watch this.
Hey guys, Dantixie back with another Crimson Desert video.
Here it is. I'm here.
I recently had the opportunity to go hands-on with the game for almost a full day, and there are a ton of things you absolutely need to know. So in this video, I'll be going through the top 20. Let's get right into it.
Man, these intros are baller. Like, I mean, it's 18 seconds and he's already got it good. I need to step in my game. It's good stuff.
By exploring the beautiful world, you can find wild mounts like this horse. To tame them, you have to sneak up and catch them, or just corner
Cool, we get to see a proper mounting right here. Let's go.
them like I did. When you jump on, you'll need to fill a meter to break them. This consumes your stamina, so naturally that means that higher level mounts will require higher levels of stamina to tame. So yes, it's like Zelda in that stamina will help you climb and do other things, but come on. Playing Crimson Desert like some kind of medieval
That did seem kind of simple, honestly, right? Like, that seems a little bit easy.
Pokemon Simulator is why I'll be personally raising my stamina high to start with. Note that even though we weren't allowed to record the footage, we got to try out a dragon mount and a mech. The mech was kitted out with weapons like missiles and miniguns. The dragon could fly around and rain down balls of fire or channel a stream of it. I don't know how you get them in game, but I doubt it'll be a find and tame situation. Spirit is used for a range of magical attacks and skills. It can be regenerated by eating particular foods.
You need to collaborate with him? I would love to. I'll reach out to him. Like, dude, I love your stuff.
Or by killing targets. When you kill, you'll see a green shimmer. The shimmer is also helpful because it lets you know you've killed a target, which sometimes can be hard to know in the heat of battle as you throw enemies around like ragdolls, only for them to recover off screen and stab you in the back when you're not looking, which is a good reason to invest into AoE abilities. The game contains a slew of busty bar wenches. It's been a while since we've
busty bar wenches? Oh god.
breasts in video games. It's almost like seeing a unicorn, which brings me to an unfortunate bit of information. According to the devs, there is no romance in this game, which is odd considering you're trying to rebuild the Greymanes whom have been slaughtered and are barely surviving. With only a handful of you left, you'd think you'd try your hand at breeding more. Also, considering they look like this, but no
breeding more. Oh my god, he's killing me. This is great.
Breeding, just building up a town and kitting it out and making everyone comfortable but you. Yes, you can fully decorate your house like a bird trying to attract a mate.
Oh well.
Excuse me, buddy? Damn, the game doesn't hold back. I barely ran past the guy. The sound design has its moments, but the music does as well. Check out one of the Witcher-like tracks that plays when you get into combat. The world is massive and truly feels living and breathing. One such example is the fact you can run into all kinds of animals. Yes, there are dogs, and yes, you can pat them and make them follow you, at least briefly. You can pet your mount. You can even pick up kittens and pat them as you walk or ride to your next destination.
Yes.
Only letting them go when you opt to let them go or when you get dragged into a cutscene. This means that yes, you can do awful things to them, but...
See, okay, so there's a trust meter here with the cats, right? So if we build up our trust all the way, we make them our companion, right? That's the goal.
I didn't try it because I'm not a monster. You're thinking about the possibilities now, aren't you?
Oh, God. Someone's going to drop a video killing kittens. They're going to get a lot of heat for it. I can only imagine.
well, take this lamb instead. It's cute, but it's much more socially acceptable to slaughter them. No, you can ride with a little thing in your arms as well. That's new. When facing enemies in combat, you have two ways
He definitely cut right there because his horse died when he hit the ground.
Target them. Well, 3 if you count not targeting them at all and swinging wildly. First, you have a soft lock-on. Holding L1 will raise your shield and loosely lock onto the closest enemy. This will keep you safe but not lock the camera, letting you be more fluid in seeing the whole battlefield. Then there's pressing down on the D-pad once, which hard locks onto the closest enemy. Great for when you're fighting duels or against a boss, as the camera also locks as well. Both will block most attacks from the front, which is great when you're facing down a few enemies. However, against scrubs, you'll often be surrounded. That's why rolling and dodging comes in handy, as well as AoE attacks like I mentioned. Your shield can also be used to bash enemies off cliffs and into their friends. Yes, physics is your friend in this game. Note that blocking depletes your stamina, so defensively, stamina investments can make you tankier than health. Think of it like stamina as your shield that regenerates automatically. And it also happens to do other things like big power attacks and help with traversal. While health needs items to regenerate and doesn't do anything outside of combat. At least
cooking? Oh, he did cooking.
Cooked. A good meal can restore health as well as stamina and spirit. The better the food, the stronger the restoration. You can find cooking recipes in the world, but you don't have to follow them. Yes, they will produce good meals, but if you don't have exactly what you need, you can experiment with different combinations of ingredients similar to Zelda. Again, I know I keep mentioning it. You can buy ingredients, you can find them.
Ooh, what did he make? What did he make? I want to see. Let's load that down. What did he get?
Have to follow them. Yes, they will produce good meals, but if you don't have exactly what you need, you can...
Okay, lentils. No, what do you need? 5 apples? Apples and lentils.
Experiment with different combinations of ingredients similar to Zelda. Again, I know I keep mentioning it. You can buy ingredients.
Nice, okay.
You can find them, you can hunt and skin animals that will yield a lot to cook with. In battle, you can swap to the healing items you want and press right on the D-pad to quickly eat them during combat. It's like a limited health potion drinking effect you can get in games like Diablo 2. You can also make an item that revives you when you're downed. The one we had revived us to 30% health. So crafting and cooking seems very worth your time, but you could also buy stuff if you don't wish to partake. And you can simply be a rascal and get by committee. But you could also buy...
So looking at the economy wise, like a salted grilled fish is 49. And everything else is pretty cheap here. So fishing might be a really economical way to make money, right? Like he's only got two oh no mind, that's like 250, right? But that's still like a lot. Yeah. Saltfish. That looks good. I mean, meat jerky is less, 6. I don't know. I guess it really comes down to how hard it is to fish, how time consuming it is. But maybe that could be a good way to make money.
Stuff if you don't wish to partake. And you can simply be a rascal and get by committing crimes. However, murdering, assaulting, and stealing will give you a bounty. If you don't pay and it gets high enough, the guards will attack you on sight. You can kill almost anyone though. However, if an NPC is needed, they won't be able to be killed right away until the quest they're attached to is done, similar to Skyrim. You can see that here. It's not the most elegant system, but it means you can be a menace out in the massive open world as your heart's content without worrying about hard locking yourself out of the main story. When the guard...
All right, who's gonna go around killing people? All right. Do we have anyone in here? Who loved GTA? Who was saying that I liked GTA earlier today? I'm sure you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'll go and kill everyone.
Attack you and you're taken down, you'll spend time in prison and your bounty will be removed. However, that doesn't mean you no longer have to pay it. In fact, it's automatically taken out.
Oh.
I ended up with negative gold here and could start a mission that required me to give a coin to a beggar. The devs made suggestions that this would be changed for release.
That's hilarious, because this was a main storyline and he was already negative 200 before he even got to this. That's crazy. King Ghost, it depends on the fish you catch. Yeah, that could be true too. And then King is like, nah, I'm not going to be killing anyone. I'm a hero.
Of course, for the sake of the limited time I had, I restarted. You'll also notice that my contribution to the area significantly dropped. So crime certainly doesn't pay, if caught at least. Why commit crimes when there's so much to do in the world? I often found myself just looking around and taking it all in. We recorded on a lower resolution, but once we stopped recording, we could bump it up. It even looked better than it does now. This is one section of the world, one biome, and it barely scratches the absolutely massive too. However, it looks much smaller than it actually is.
I know we all love the beauty. We'll skip along.
There is also a lot to learn in this game, and I don't mean in order to play. Learning is an actual mechanic. As you get to explore, your character Cliff will be learning new things. See,
what do we got here? We haven't seen this. So cannonballs. What are these for? Like, have you guys seen us carry a cannon? Like, why would we have these? That's crazy.
Here, this ore, we don't know what it is. So by examining it in the shop, we learn more about it and what we can use it for. This also applies to skills. There's an extensive skill tree in the game for each character, but did you know you can learn skills for... and once you're Abyss artifact your map to find learn enemies launching off special, and they have a lot of them from very early on in the game, as early as the
I think
tutorial.
we'll actually skip some of
those
his
enemies
other
launching
stuff.
off special attacks against you. Red means they're
treasure hunt. What's this?
Clops. The first time you jump off a Sky Abyss area, the first tutorial area that is, there's a shovel right here. With it you can...
Ooh, a shovel. Yeah, I've not heard about this. This is new.
Treasure hunt. As if the world wasn't big enough already, now you got to consider underground treasure. If it seems logical to do, it's probably something you can do. For example, lighting arrows on...
Wait, more.
Clops.
Tell me
the
more.
First time you jump
I want to dig more. What?
off a Sky Abyss area, the first tutorial area that is, there's a shovel right here. With it you can treasure hunt. As if the world wasn't big enough already, now you got to consider underground treasure. If it seems logical to do, it's probably something you
He's
can
probably
do.
saving that for
For
another
example,
guide.
lighting arrows on fire, then shooting them at vines. You can also angle your sword to reflect the light to do the same. Doing this can always while you explore. This one hidden area I couldn't enter because I had no way of lighting a fire and burning away the foliage. You can gift items to NPCs or intimidate them to change their perception of you. Even a simple greeting will boost every NPC's opinion of you, be it by a small amount. You get a larger boost by giving money to beggars, but why do you need to do this? Some people might offer better prices or provide missions, or it might do nothing at all.
Be at ease, I'm here. I pray the day greets you well.
When you're walking or riding a horse, if an NPC is leading you somewhere, which they often will, you can tap X or check your phone or do whatever you dopamine addicted children do these days. But be sure not to miss the little things. Enemies can flee from battle if you start dominating to get reinforcements. At least that's what it looked like. I can't be sure. And if you're not sure as well, you might as well shoot them in the back before they escape. I never let one get away, so I don't know what exactly it does if they do. Because of the dynamic weather and day and night cycle, you can be pulled into battle in the middle of the night. It's a massive game, so if you want to know more or have any questions, let me know. And
solid video. We like it. We'll give that a like. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good stuff from him, I gotta say. Okay, next we got Tea with Mandy. Someone was asking it. There are cannons on fort sieges. Yeah, I do agree with that, but I don't know why we'd buy them literally from the first vendor. That seems crazy. But maybe there's something that's beneficial there. I don't know. Okay. So let's keep going. All right, Tea with Mandy. Someone else was suggesting her. I wonder what kind of approach she takes.
Hi, I'm Tea with Mandy. And I'm here to talk about Crimson Desert, you guys. I was able to play it early, just last week, and I got to play it for hours. And I'm allowed to share that footage with you guys today. And I have so many thoughts, and I'm so excited to share it with you. But suffice it to say,
let's just see. What
the game is good. Okay, this is just my opinion. I'm sure plenty of people will have other thoughts, but genuinely, I had such a good time playing the game, and I didn't want to stop playing. And you'll see it for yourself, but there were so many fun moments. It was beautiful. The puzzles were genuinely challenging, a bit too much for me, but maybe I'm just dumb. They were great. Combat was the highlight for me. It was so much fun. I'll be sharing what I loved about the game, which was a lot.
Very interesting. So they were just trying to get a good streamer girl in here. Very well.
A bigger picture. But yeah, I will show you guys everything. I've got a bunch of footage for you, but genuinely, I think it's worth the hype. So I personally love single player open world RPGs. I know it's not necessarily an RPG, but this is definitely
I love how everyone is like, it's an RPG, but I'm gonna say it's not an RPG. That's literally been everyone. I don't think anyone's just said that it's an action adventure game with RPG elements, but this is good.
My kind of game. So if you're like me and you have similar taste to me, maybe this video will be helpful for you. I don't usually make videos like this. I'm a Twitch streamer. I also just play games and yap. But hopefully this helps you, and I hope you enjoy watching.
We can tell. And a minute and 30 seconds to get into the intro is pretty tough.
So yeah, here's my footage. Check it out.
But she's personable, right? Like, she's authentic. Like, that's who she is. And I think that that's why they invited her, because she's got this warm feel to her. Like, it's It's good to see.
The ambience, though.
And the ASMR.
And the Witcher. Like, it just, I feel so much Witcher from this. The tone.
Lol. King just says lol.
First person.
There's definitely an audience for her breakdowns here. I don't think it's me.
There you are.
They are a little bit awkward.
I do want to hear what
are
her
definitely
thoughts
a complaint myself and a few trailers and stuff. Yeah, this is like right at the beginning or very early on. So here is when you first start learning the controls.
Oh shit.
Controls are definitely a complaint myself and a few other people have, but probably you can remap them and it'll be fine. They are a little bit awkward, even just how they teach you them at the beginning, but IMO, that's minor.
IMO. Okay, interesting.
Every last grey maid. Leave none alive.
It's so pretty. How they decided to do the tone of the game and the main character, which is my favorite game of all time, if you didn't know.
Wait, what? What game is her favorite of all time?
And again, just I feel like there's so much overlap with The Witcher and how they decided to do the tone of the game and the main character.
The Witcher 3.
Which is my favorite game of all time, if you didn't know.
All right.
The whole time I was playing, it felt like there was always something cool going on in the environment happening. There's some kind of event you might be missing. You can pet the dog, and then you can pet the dog. You can pick up critters.
Oh my gosh! You just grabbed the bunny by the back of the neck.
I'm so sorry you have to witness this, but also
no,
she did. Okay?
She didn't.
I like when games give you the freedom to do whatever you want, even if that includes throwing bunny rabbits off the ledge.
Whoever suggested I watch this is a sadist. All right, who did this? I had to find you. Terrible. She's the first person to be throwing off. She looks so kind and nice, and she's the one throwing bunnies off of the edge of the map. That's crazy. Oh, she just tried it again with a kiwi bird. Oh my god. Yeah, King Wolf. She did. Hey, Kazar, have a good night. See you, man. Celtics game.
Can't you do a single bloody thing right?
What does she think of this?
Side quest. This is cool.
Whinging and get up.
So this is a side quest. The side quest is to sweep a chimney. So I really like it. Has a varied tone in the game. So there's some more serious parts, and then there's
also I haven't seen one person actually go and pick up this item. Like this item's just been shimmering here, and I haven't seen one playthrough where they actually pick it up.
I really like it. Has a varied tone in the game. So there's some more serious
King Ghost. She's really evil inside.
parts, and then there's like a lot of silly, lighthearted stuff like this too. So I feel like it's a good balance.
Oh.
This. So I accidentally fell, as you can see.
Whoa.
And I was worried that I get locked out of what I was doing, but you can climb.
Wow. Okay,
like,
that's cool.
I don't know if it's every single surface, but almost every surface I tried to climb, I could. So I thought that was awesome. So this is the first example of puzzles. I found the puzzles quite challenging. So did a lot of people I talked to, but for a lot of people, that's also a good thing. So I'm not sure how that will fare for most people. I spent quite a while on them. I needed help on quite a few of them. As you can see, this one, you have to take your time and look around the environment. And yeah, maybe I'm just not great at puzzles. I'm not sure. I do enjoy them. But Yeah, I'd be curious to see what people think. I think they're very creative puzzles, generally, the ones I encountered.
I think you should stay
but sometimes a little.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has said the puzzles were divisive. It's so interesting. I wonder if people just really do like being handheld nowadays. I don't know. It's concerning. That's one of the game of the year concerns I have.
Too tough. Love the environment. This is the map. It's huge. It's a pretty beefy map. It was a little hard to look around because I haven't uncovered anything, but it's a pretty big map.
Yeah.
And that's for content. Oh, I love when games do this.
She doesn't have chapters.
As you can tell, I appreciate a nice environment. They draw your...
Okay, move forward.
Like skyrols, bugs, flowers, etc. And I have no idea what you'll do with them, but you can pick them up. Here's a bit of the menu. The skill tree, I didn't fully open there. I'll show you a bit later.
She starts hacking at the
I have a habit of pushing the limits and seeing what happens. When you piss off enemies, as you can see.
Dude, those guards are aggressive.
Hello there.
Oh my gosh.
And again.
Mercedes is so pathetic.
He did not like that. He did not like that. So this part, just showing how awkward the controls are sometimes. So L1 is the same button to bring out your torch. I could not figure out how to unequip the torch, and then I kept bringing out the torch instead of like interacting with the enemy. I don't know. It was awkward.
Oh, really? You can't interact with individuals with your torch out? That seems like a pain in the ass.
Maybe it was a me thing. I'm not sure.
Ooh, we can buy our rod for 15. All right, 15. Gonna do that. The shovel costs 26. We could save 26. We know where a shovel is. And look at all the other ones. A broom. Oh, imagine you paid 58 for a broom and then you get that from the quest. Interesting, interesting, interesting.
Be somewhere.
This is just one of the abilities that you can use, mystical storage.
Wait,
but
did she use it?
All right, so this is more of the skill tree. I didn't go deep dive it, but this is just one of the abilities that you can use, mystical storage. I did not mess around with the skill tree, unfortunately.
She goes into the skill tree and just shows the mystical storage. That's the only skill, and she didn't even use it. Interesting.
Just another look at the map for context about what I did in that amount of time. You can fight with a broom. Yep.
That's cool. That's cool.
Satisfying. So here's more of the combat. The enemies have some really cool moves. And then so do we.
Ooh, nice.
The combat was so satisfying, you guys. I really enjoyed it. And I'm not as much of a combat person. I had a great time. Really fun. So this is what happens when you want to, I think it's liberating a region. You want to take a camp. There was a bunch of enemies. I died the first time I got here because I just ran in. I don't know about you. I always appreciate when a game is punishing when you do stupid mistakes like that. Also, that throwing move is my favorite. I also like that move.
I mean, she seems to be doing all right. She's killing it.
The parries. The parries are...
Lol. Sweeping. What is she sweeping? Some goblins.
Really satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, Cliff's got aura. These fights are awesome. Again, favorite move. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed the music was Witcher-like. Yeah, it was liberating a region. Like when games make the environments lively like that, it reminds me of Red Dead 2. There's always something cool happening. Doesn't feel dead and stale, which I think is really important in an open world game. Stunning. Up to things. Just a little look indoors. I didn't really go in a ton of buildings, but some of you might be interested in that. We can take a look around.
I'm gonna steal so much stuff.
This was an easier puzzle, just a little puzzle.
This is new. I've not seen this one. What? Check this out.
Puzzle to unlock some loot. I liked it. It was cool.
Oh, okay. That's cool. What was in the loot? Ah, she didn't show us. Why didn't she show us? I want to see it. Damn.
I just like little details like this. You can do whatever you want. Climb out of windows. Oh, this was cool. This was like a little nod to.
Okay, we'll skip this. We know that. It's all right.
The game. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not quite used to it. There's a lot happening in this game. It's kind of a. I don't know. I'm not quite used to it. There's a lot happening in this game. It's kind of overwhelming to just jump in.
Our world, the abyss, and reality itself will unravel.
Unravel.
Hey, I see it.
She probably couldn't show it. Really? You think so? I don't think that they were holding anything back. Like, that one content creator literally showed us everything. He just dropped his 4-hour footage or 3-hour footage. Brian, or whatever his name is.
Another example of a puzzle. This one, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad.
Vin. So a puzzle in a random building. Yeah, and we saw 2 of them. So there's another content creator had one, and they couldn't solve it, actually. I think it was Wolf FPS. His middle thing. I forgot what it is.
This one was really confusing. I
think that's really cool that they have random puzzles that are unique, too. Each of those was different in different buildings. That is really cool.
So I watched somebody else do it.
I'll be breaking into everybody's house.
You had to like grab it and then rotate it and like hold it at the right spot. Maybe for some people it's intuitive. I found it really hard to tell what the game is expecting you to do. But satisfying to this puzzle or watch this video. That's kind of why I included it. So you have to know it doesn't. You can't really tell if you don't punch it.
Seems like a fun puzzle.
Was kind of
skip over
now. In the okay, Breath of the Wild. I'm here for it.
Skip.
Flat is pretty. Yeah, I always have to find out what happens. But then, tell me that's not Witcher coded, guys. I know I keep mentioning it, but this game is like, you can tell it just blends all these off. Yeah.
Controls do show up at the bottom corner, so it's not so hidden. Yeah, maybe they need to pull it from the bottom right up. The other thing is they were all playing on ultra wides, so I imagine that maybe they were just like, it's just so much. Ah, shit, sorry guys. So much to take in that they just were missing it. I don't know.
This is another ability you can learn. Just included this in case anybody's curious to see what kind of stuff, you know. What kind of stuff.
Yep. Nice. Another puzzle.
Oh, we got.
She got it. Way to go.
Very pretty views. Let's run and jump off a cliff. Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah, you'll need a lot more stamina if you want to fly at all. Because or else you'll just be like me. Ooh, I didn't see a lot of weather effects, but there are different weather effects. There is different times of day. And it looks really good when it's raining.
Yeah, I mean, she got rain. We didn't see a lot of rain from all the playtests we've looked at so far.
So, I committed a crime here.
Vandalism.
I didn't know.
Didn't know?
And then I just walked out in front of the guards. So, I'm glad the game has this crime and bounty system.
Uh-oh.
You must quickly leave the area and hide if you're reported. And so I guess they caught me, but the response was a little bit awkward, I'll be honest.
You've made
like they say mean things to me, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because vandalism isn't a very bad crime. I'm not sure, but all I had to do was escape out of that red area. So I'm hoping it's not like Cyberpunk style where, you know, the police system, if you will, is underwhelming.
And her fine was only 8 copper coins or something, so that's really not much. Judge. I haven't played Red Dead 2, but apparently that game also shows a bunch of inputs in the corner akin to how Crimson Desert's doing it. And on top of that, people were very confused on the input schemes. Yeah, I did hear that Red Dead 2 had the same struggles. but it was still critically acclaimed, right? So maybe they think it's all right. Hey, Josiah, how we doing? Hello from Twitch. People at Twitch, thanks for joining. This is my first Twitch stream in a long time. I just got it set up so that it's multi-streaming again, so good to see some people joining. Hello.
We'll see. That was, but you never know. It might change.
Clearing. I think it's just, I can find myself getting lost just trying to clear all of the areas. I just want to see the map just totally turn like blue or whatever color with the banners changing to us. The gray main banner everywhere.
My favorite move.
Toss him. Yeet him. Getting stabbed.
A Sparta kick.
I think that the kick is going to be good. I think that one's actually a pretty good one for sure. But Judge, yeah, it's just one of those things people have to get used to so they can enjoy a game. Perhaps on the same way they enjoyed Red Dead Redemption 2. Yep, exactly. Shadow, hello. I hope the lantern being pulled out while trying to aim and talk to people gets fixed. I agree. That would be really actually kind of annoying. Like 100%. Was that a perfect counter? It is! A perfect parry. Okay, so she had that unlocked. That worked nicely.
And then I think this was also liberating a region, which is very satisfying. Kind of Assassin's Creed style.
Oh, yeah.
I like this.
And that's exactly what Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Like, I have 100% of that game, and it was one of my favorite Assassin's Creeds, honestly. Okay, we got some people. Hey, Twitch guys, rolling in. Orham, yeah, this game might be good, to be honest. I mean, I think it's gonna be really good. It's just, it might be a little difficult for casual players, is what I'm seeing. You're degenerate. What is your view on the game currently? Worthy of hype. So I played it back at Gamescom. I only got 50 minutes, so definitely not as concurrent as some of these the larger content creators. But I thought it was really good. I've been looking forward to this ever since. And so, like, I immediately joined the Discord and was like, "Hey, what's this game? I want in." Unfortunately, I didn't get in, but yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it's going to be a big one. I was before these saying it could be Game of the Year based on what I felt of it, but with everyone kind of saying that it's a little bit too complex to learn at the beginning, there could be some pushback. But that also can be a good thing. Like, you get to learn and push through. I've always loved games that were hard to master, and you might die a couple times, but then when you beat it and you win that fight, it feels so rewarding. And I feel like we're missing a lot of that in modern gaming. I feel like a lot of games are so easy that you just kind of like blaze through them. They're simple. I don't know. But what do we got? King Wolf, I love Assassin's Creed. Yes. Judge, I think they changed how it works, which is done through the perfect block sort of timing. Before, you had to press guard, heavy attack, parry stuff. So we just went through the skills earlier, and it looks like 3 different ways. You have just blocking. If you hold it, then you have perfect parry, then you have perfect dodge, and then you have you can do, what's the spirit one, where if you hold dash, even if you're getting attacked, you'll dash out of it. I think there's 3 different ways that works now. You're a degenerate. I wasn't sure until I saw the steampunk staff show up, and now I'm more interested. Oh, you like the steampunk? Okay, yeah. What's the region? I don't know. Isn't it the dwarven region? Either way, the mech should be quite interesting. We'll see how that goes. Our arcade show, or artcade. I wonder if there will be weapons in this game that completely change movesets, like an ice sword, giant axe. That is a great question. I really wonder too, because we haven't seen too much weapon variety yet, but I hear, like, Will, the PR manager, director of marketing, he has mentioned that when he gets in the game, I posted this on X if you guys saw it, the first thing he's going to go find the super overpowered weapon and pick it up and then go play the game. And he said, like, so there's got to be super overpowered weapons, and I can only imagine they either amplify some of our skills and our movesets, or they even come with their own skills, which would be really, really cool. What else we got? You're degenerate. Is the magic system described as just elements or similar to Forspoken? I haven't played Forspoken, but the way that it worked and I think it still works that way, is you can rotate between them once you unlock the elements, and you can choose to use them. And then if you have it upgraded enough, it'll actually augment your weapon skills. And so if you do a slash, it'll be an ice slash or lightning slash. Each of them also have kind of their own ability. Like lightning will stun all the enemies around you, which is pretty cool. So that's that type of magic. That's the elements. But then the magic system as a whole gives you all kinds of interesting force palm hits, and you can jump many times and then come slam down with an area effect. So there's a lot of different ways it works. It seems like magic's not as intense or a major component. Like if you play Dragon's Dogma 2, you're not going to be bringing down a meteor or summoning a tornado. So I imagine it's not going to be quite there. King Ghost. It being harder doesn't make it bad. Worth the effort of completing it. 100%. Amen. Then none of the reviews is showing anything regarding the companions. Yeah, apparently they weren't given access to show them. So they were able to play for 4 hours in the first 4-hour segment, and then they got a 2-hour segment where they got to play the late game, and they could switch between the character stuff, but they weren't allowed to film that or record it. Judge boss weapons usually have inherited move sets, so variety will come from there. Oh yeah, exactly. We haven't in the skill tree. It didn't show that one boss that you get the shield giant, right? I think that's probably the one you're thinking of too. And that's definitely one that I think we would have seen, and it didn't show. So yeah, we definitely get interesting movesets. Shadow, I saw a Korean video earlier discussing the game. Hey, share those with me, Shadow, or pop them in the Discord. I'll literally go through all of them. I want to see all of the gameplay that they have. And in the comments, people were discussing about how they're going to show console gameplay next week. Okay, nice. You're degenerate. So it's more about affinity rather than slinging spells. Yep, exactly. Then we got Corn Julio. I need this game now. Yes, you're speaking to all of us, man. We're feeling it. It looks like Elden Ring, but with more life and color to it. I think that everyone has kind of said that it doesn't feel like a Souls-like. It doesn't have that kind of just attack and dash kind of feel. At least that's how I think of Souls games. But it's more like Witcher, Zelda games, more like that. Red Dead Redemption 2, obviously. And then I'm so excited to explore this world. Yeah, there's going to be so much. We're definitely going to get lost. From what I'm looking at, it looks like you can unlock the Greymane's fortress pretty quick. And so I'm probably just going to speed run the main quest line so we can unlock our camp. And then from there, I'll probably never touch the main storyline until I'm 100 hours in. Judge, yeah, it's more character action combo driven. Yeah. I love the light fantasy. I'm setting. Tired of the dark fantasy. Ooh, that's interesting. That's a really, a lot of these medieval games have been pushing the dark fantasy more, and this does have a more light feel. But at night, it gets really dark, obviously, so we'll see. Kensu, fighting game style inputs and combos. Yeah, so way different than Souls-like there.
I find it nice. I only included this because I didn't really record much at night, and some people like to see how dark nighttime is. So this is how dark night is. I thought it looked great. But yeah, sorry, I'm just sprinting. All right, and then here's the last thing. We got a boss fight.
I actually think she's really trying to be positive about the game though, because she did not show the dark too much. Like this is there's still, I would say this is still pretty daytime, right? We've seen some more dark footage, and it is really hard to see it at night.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just sprinting. All right, and then here's the last thing. We got a boss fight. The first boss fight, other than the tutorial.
I wonder how she did.
As you can see, my favorite move.
Damn, I didn't know you could throw him. That's cool. You can throw the bosses even.
But damn those carries, hey?
What? Alright, she's killing it.
The combat is fun. And that was only phase 1. It got way tougher with phase 2.
She worked him. Ooh, okay, but her health is almost gone.
But not Souls-like levels of tough, in case you're into that. It was,
there you go.
It was standard difficulty, but again, it may get more difficult the longer you play for, I would imagine. But I can't say for sure. I didn't get that.
Okay, everyone, have your food ready, and you press right on the D-pad. That's what you got to do. Right on the D-pad will heal you. Jeez.
Far. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had a great time. I will definitely be playing this game right at launch. So if you want to see somebody live streaming their entire journey, you can catch me on Twitch or here on YouTube 6 days a week, 9 p.m. Pacific time till like the early morning hours. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know what you think. I don't usually do videos like this. Let me know if I did an okay job.
We'll be subscribing.
Feel free to,
because I'll be watching her review. All right, next, Buy Tea with Mandy. All right, we got Brozime. All right, what do we got? Some comments. Let's go through those real quick. So, Shadow, are you saying it's gonna be more combat compared to Magic? Yes, I think so. I just missed that one. Sorry. Feel like Henry gonna walk up from KCD 2. Yeah. Arcade. I don't see how anything could say the world looks empty. I agree. I've heard that comment from like Wolf, and I don't think so.
Hello.
I just don't. I don't think so. We'll actually wait before I start this. Judge, the way stamina consumes in this game is also a bit different. That's true. Yeah, you do have some moves that essentially give you some stamina back instead of depleting it. I did not realize that. There's some moves that give stamina back. That's kind of cool. I want to look at it. So it's all about setting up your combo so you can keep your stamina supply good. Yeah, stamina management may be a thing. Nice shout there. It's not similar to Soul's stamina management. Shadow, first thing I'm going to be doing is upgrading stamina and health. You're going to be a tank that can swing forever. Nice. I think after looking at this, there's some pretty cool skills that who was it that shared that video in the Discord? Ghost. Yeah, it was Ghost. That was pretty good stuff. I like that video. Okay, next. I've not watched this guy before either.
Recently had the... Oh, right. Hello and welcome everyone to a
little bit of a long intro there with his
usual video from me, but I recently had the opportunity to fly out to LA and get my hands on roughly 6 hours of Crimson Desert. Before we talk about what Crimson Desert is, a couple disclaimers to talk about here. First and foremost, all of the footage that you're going to be seeing in this video is me playing at the event. So none of this is just like, I've seen preview content for the game, but all of what you're going to see in this video is new stuff that I played personally. Also, this...
Okay, no one cares about your disclaimers.
To start us off, Crimson Desert is an open world exploration and also the game who's embroiled in a conflict with the opposing... We're going to see in the basics. This is where I would like to very specifically call out that this game's controls are a lot. There is a ton of stuff you can do. There's an extremely large variety of actions that you can take, even just basically starting the game, that only gets expanded as you continue to accrue more skills and different items. With that being your usual stuff, climbing, jumping, sprinting, target leaping.
I don't think I've ever seen someone climb that wall. I bet you that was actually a secret. Like there's some climbing areas right at the beginning that you might miss. Keep that in mind. That is definitely something we'll need to check. Okay. Vin, I wish the bosses had a few potions to help heal themselves too. Okay, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe some of them do. Actually, I know that they just get like if you take one of their health bars, they redo it. But yeah, Judge, Dantix. Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm thinking of. Really good skill tree breakdown, and some of those are really cool. But King Ghost, this is Brozime. I don't know how I'm pronouncing that. But Shadow, there were 2 videos that have uncut footage. One is in German though. Okay, nice. Yeah, I watched one that was uncut footage also earlier. I think it was Brian something. It was actually pretty good. I actually liked him a lot too. Arcade, does this game always have those weird borders? What are the borders that are weird?
collecting light off of your weapon, and various other actions that you can take to just like.
Are you talking about like the symbols on the rocks and everything, or is there a border? I guess I don't see the border.
Basically interact with getting around the world, as well as tools that'll give you like chopping wood or plumbing chimneys and all kinds of different things you can get access to, whether it's an item in your inventory that gives it to you, or whether it's just an inherent now unlocked thing that Cliff can now do. So the basics that they give you
are you talking about these borders
are a lot, and I think a lot of people are going to struggle with just how much they're presented with.
This guy is someone who literally does 100%. Like, he's looking around every corner. I love that. Definitely the kind of playstyle I'm going to be doing.
So quickly, and that is going to consistently increase. If you really like to have a super dense and deep control scheme where you can take a lot of unique actions, super appealing. If you want it to be much simpler, where you have attack button and interact button, this is not that. I just want to make that super clear just to start, that it will take some adjustment. With that being said, we float our way down the river and cut pretty much immediately to being nursed back to health by a friendly villager, and we're ready to move on. And
okay, moving on from story. We know all
you
this.
nearly die weeks later. Doesn't really mention it, and is ready to head to town with his current objective of arm wrestling a man in the bar who tells him that he's a huge and noble Chad, and then kind of fucks off.
You know what's interesting? What does this red bar right here mean? Like, is that a sweet spot you need to press right then to start the fight? You get a bonus? Because if arm wrestling is common, like maybe that's like a secret spot you have to hit right at that moment. Oh shit, I'm sorry. My comments were moving up. Judge, this is played on ultra wide, so maybe the uploader didn't really set the proper aspect ratio. Yep, that's a possibility. King, he sounds familiar. Yeah, I've never watched any of his stuff, but Shadow, I think he's talking about the black borders that are like a cinematic movie. Oh, yes, that could be it's aspect ratio. Okay, sorry. Judge, Brozem from Soulframe, he seems to really understand game system. Yeah, it seems like he's more of a technical guy, huh?
Come on, put it back into it.
Oh, slammed him.
Just got lucky.
And you know one thing? He hasn't complained about the controls. He just said there are a lot of controls. And like he didn't complain about the lantern, because everyone that has done the arm wrestling has complained about this little lantern sitting above the head.
Blazes, you're as strong as you look. I just did my best. You should be proud of your own strength. And humble to boot. And humility. Well, thanks for...
You get your first coin.
You look like my kind of maniac.
See, he knows to like hold L1 to point at things. Like he's already learned that fundamental aspect that like pointing at things is like really key in this game. Cisdero, if that's how you pronounce it. How did you get early access? I do not have early access. This is just me going through all the people who did have early access. I'm just watching all their first impressions and seeing if there's anything I can pull from them. But yeah, so no deluxe. But Cliff is pretty humble. Yeah, he is. He seems like, honestly, I like his personality a lot. I think I'm going to really resonate with him.
You look like my kind of maniac.
You look like my kind of maniac.
Cut that directly to wandering outside and having the specific objective of giving a particular beggar a coin.
I think that's like the weirdest main quest like start. I don't understand this. I do not understand why that's part of the main quest.
Cliff doesn't say any dialogue about the beggar being suspicious or any other reason for him to interact with this beggar. The beggar just has an objective marker, and you have explicit instructions to give that man a coin. Turns out he is a godlike figure of this world, and he hands us a key to the cellar that he was sleeping on, where a woman is trapped.
I like how he points out the plot hole. I don't think anyone's actually pointed out that as a plot hole, which is great. We also got QT. I feel like feel like the storyline is so important and bigger than we are expecting, but we also feel like it's triple or at least double layered. What are your thoughts on that? I don't know. I'm thinking that the story might be kind of weak. That's another concern I have, at least from all of these early reviews. But with that being said, they have it set up in a nice trope where we have like our lower level things, like we just need to reunite our Greymanes and take back our kingdom. But then there's also this higher abyss level, like global world problem, and I think having both of those is key to setting up a good game.
She also then turns out to be a godlike being that disappears in a puff of glamour, to which Cliff is utterly unfazed and refuses to comment.
That's good. That's good.
Can you walk?
He was right about you. Here. You'll need this.
I mean, I guess I would be unfazed too if I literally just got stabbed in the heart and then I woke up on the river and I'm alive again. Like, am I in a dream? I'm just kind of wandering around at this point. Who knows? Judge, I've been following the demo since 2024, and Cliff's dialogue was sort of tweaked throughout the years, as well as other character lines' deliverance. Really? I didn't know that. Like, he seemed more snarky before, and now he's just kind of stoic. Interesting. I thought they actually had all the lines done like way before. I thought I saw an interview where like the lines were done when it was still an MMO, and the main character didn't even know Cliff was the main character. But yeah, I mean, either way, if that's what you saw, that's what you saw. So yeah, I haven't watched a lot of the older trailers.
Care for those around you, as you have done for me.
He looked a little bit confused there. I think they had a little bit of emotion to him there.
Strange things continue to happen to Cliff, and you meet more characters whose favorite thing is to disappear into a pile of special effects whenever they're done with you. This culminates fairly quickly into finding a wall in the first town's castle that is actually a portal into a sky ruin, where we're now going to acquire even more mechanics that I'd like to run through before we continue talking about the story.
Nice.
Starting with
and yeah, there you go. King Wolf, can you dual wield swords? Yes, from Danny. Yeah, we just heard that from someone that there was messing around with it. But we didn't get any footage. All right, we want to see footage, but we couldn't get any. Super sad. If you can find any footage with the game's intro and compare the 50-minute gameplay demo, you can notice some dialogue changes pretty much. Okay, nice. Yeah, King Wolf, that's what I'm curious. I'm hyped for. Curious if you can mount a wolf and tame it. Yes. Yes, you can. And I'm so pumped for that. I think King was the one who showed me that too. That was a really sneaky one there. Even Alistair, I think his name is, when he told Cliff, it's just one step away when he got the crow wings. Even it's just one step away. I don't know what that means.
Axiom Force. This ability, to pair with everything else you can do, I would call a sort of ultimate multi-tool. You can grab and manipulate objects, and by objects I mean really anything, for the purposes of puzzle solving, and when it's upgraded, it is not only a grappling hook, but it is also a kind of Spider-Man web light, allowing you to swing great distances upward and convert that into many different combat applications. So it's got a lot that it can do. It's also a long-range combat grapple, speaking of which, that can get you into a plethora of other functions. I would describe in the magic tree as a lot to take in terms of the skills that you can unlock. Alongside introducing this many-layered tool over the course of a pretty robust tutorial, we also get
look at how quickly he just figured that puzzle out. Like, other people were complaining about it, and he just killed it. This guy knows game systems, I think.
Button Pusher, which is the permanent skill Force Palm. This is introduced, I think, in a really, really cool way, where you have a kind of visual learning ability, where if you see a skill being performed and you're holding your L1 button, which is block and
okay, we'll skip through that. I understand.
Has an entire time playing.
Okay.
It uses your magic meter, which regenerates
this
separately.
Dude killed the puzzles. He knows what he's doing.
In the sky room. The sky, the person to restore balance to the
skip through
off
some
the
story.
sky ruins, and generally true to his name, is mostly a wall the story is told in front of. They use to root around the countryside solving puzzles, crafting or finding gear, and gaining power while suplexing your way through a camp of goblins or bandits. This is how I realized that the game actually got its hooks into me. The skill tree is quite deep with nested nodes, mostly unlocking major ability features and move complexity, which for me has a large appeal. After ending my session, with the recordable part anyway, I watched a bunch of the second group go through the recordable section we played, and often things would turn out quite differently, having gone a different direction, unlocking unique abilities like thieving or side quests giving interesting and different equipment with cool effects. And I really could not shake the feeling that I actually wanted to sit back down at one of the stations that were at the event and experiment with more of the abilities I had not yet invested in, or gear that I had just missed or wandered past the quest for. I cared very little about what was going on in the story, and I even spent some of the latter parts of Chapter 2 wondering if the game might benefit from a cutscene skip instead of the fast-forward function that it does have. But while that was the case, it's not because the story's bad. I just wanted to accrue more skills and gear. When you've had a look at a...
Kensu, you saw the tree? Yeah, the tree, like, actually landed on him, too. I wonder how much damage that did. But, yeah, there's some other comments here. What do we got? Yeah, that whole scene got some tweaks in the dialogue. Okay, yeah. I know Cliff says, it's better not to lead me to the afterlife before jumping down, which I didn't notice him saying in the current version. If you think... yeah, I think it says it better not lead me to the afterlife. Yeah, I think it's like, you want me to run? You want me to jump? And then I think that's it. Something like that. Yeah, as you guys can tell, I do not have a Scottish accent. If you can think of it, you can probably do it. You're right. That too. Legit, just one more week and we'll find out.
Skill tree that gives you the ability to use a tree to slingshot yourself into the air.
Wait, what? You can just keep spinning the guy? That's crazy. I don't think I've seen that footage.
And return to Earth as an exploding magical body slam. The woes of the poor local who's lost his herd of cows quickly become the least of my major concerns and only really a roadblock to getting to do more cool shit.
Is that your house?
This, fortunately and unfortunately, brings me to a coin flip of experiences, only one of which I can actually show you. The first being the boss at the end of Chapter 2, who gave me quite a bit of trouble and required a respec of abilities on my part in order to defeat. Though I will say, the respec being available and free at any time is a really big plus here. I found him especially troublesome because the grappling abilities that I had invested a lot of my skill points into did not function on him at all, which I cannot say felt great in the moment to be stonewalled by, but upon discussing the quest with other creators, I had missed some major features as I blitzed through the chapters. Not only did I not find the cooking instructions to make healing...
You know what's crazy? He's only the second creator I've seen to actually get to the boss, so he's speeding.
...items that you can use in combat, but also I had missed the armor upgrade one of the merchant quests offered that multiplies your early game defense by nearly 10. I suspect with a more careful trek through Chapter 2, where I'm not trying to push forward progress on the main quest, as hard it would not only have left me with many more skill points to invest, but also considerably better gear to make the fight quite easy. The experience I had with the Chapter 2 boss dovetails nicely with the second session I got to play, but not record. So, the footage you're seeing in the background is unfortunately not going to be relevant to what I'm about to talk about here. I was provided with a much more progressed and unlocked cliff and got to fight through a section around the
Judge, that's curious. This boss is regular size, which the grabs can be done against human-sized bosses. That's what I was actually wondering too. But maybe he just jumps around too much? Or maybe he's like, once you try to grapple him, he's able to like get out of it?
Chapter 6 mark in the Sky Ruins. Fortunately, I do not know in the grand scheme of things how quite far away that is from Chapter 2. Could be a ton, could be only, maybe 20 hours or so. And now I can't say much about the boss due to the potential spoilers, but the fight did a much better job than the Chapter 2 boss of having all the tools at Cliff's disposal feel very meaningful, and it turns out having basic items like your combat healing and equipment that is meant for the thing you are fighting that aren't the rags Cliff washed up on the riverbank in went a really long way in making that boss fight experience much, much more enjoyable. send us off, I want to talk about who I think this game is for. I think this game will be carried by Pearl Abyss's ability to continue to deliver cool fights, interesting rewards, and build-arounds for your character, mixed with a story that hopefully gets more involved later when you get access to the 2 other playable characters that weren't available for this playtest. Or at least I didn't get access to them in the advanced save that I tried. I'm personally excited to play it, and seeing the large map and later game features like dragon riding and...
Wait, the boost ability I'm figuring out in this clip is hour 4 of my gameplay, by the way. But you can always do it after unlocking magic.
Mech piloting gives me hope that Crimson Desert will keep it fun, if a bit unserious and silly, throughout an enjoyable campaign that I might not remember anyone's names in, but will hopefully have positive things to say about the cool bosses I fought along the way. But yeah, that's Crimson Desert. Thanks again to Pearl Abyss for bringing me out to the playtest of the game. Looking forward to trying it out later this March.
Nice. I'm jealous. What else has he got here? Showing off some cool gameplay. Wait, what? A White Crow's letter received. I don't think we saw that before. I'll be streaming Crimson Desert. It's weird, and I'm into that. Nice.
Oh, especially the $10 patrons, Atheon, 8th,
okay.
Season, Sharp247, Snap the Mag, the Coupon of Death.
I really wonder, like, should you do this? Like, I feel like that just, it's bad for retention, but I guess he's got almost 200K, so he's done it right. Only 8.5K views. I was about to say, his thumbnail, I'm sorry, like, if you're watching, like, I think his thumbnail is not great. Out of all of the thumbnails, I was like, that needs some improvement. Like, I mean, it's part of his theme, but it's kind of like hard to like. It just doesn't stand out compared to all the other thumbnails we've been looking at. But yeah, what do we got? The dev who came up with the moves must be a wrestling fan. I'm sure they got someone from the wrestling community or MMA to do that. Judge, I wonder that too. He also mentioned that it was on a different boss, so it could be related to him also. Yep. For the anime fans here, this game is essentially an anime game just with the anime show. Just like the anime show that time I got reincarnated with as a slime. Yeah. I actually like that anime. It's a good one. I believe the dev is a wrestling fan. Yeah. All this info helps a lot. Nice. Okay, next. What do we got next? We got Rage Gaming. I've watched them for a long time. They did some good stuff, I'd say. We'll see what they share here.
Rage Gaming, and for
they pump out content faster than like anyone I know, though. It's crazy how quickly they push.
This video, some special Crimson Desert news drops. As we expected, the embargo did lift today for the press and creators who got to play some of the game early at a preview event. That event, the access was split up into 2 sections though. The first section was 4 hours of uninterrupted free play in one
Okay, we don't need the rules. Thank you.
There's been talk about how they aren't using upscale. There were some hiccups though, it wasn't perfect. In terms of gameplay, we heard about various bugs that occurred, specifically in the Abyss puzzle sections, where certain things would break, where they tried to like access something, use a button, and then it wouldn't register as being used. But these types of bugs seem to just require a reload, and that resolved them. So definitely something for them to tweak before launch, hopefully. Performance-wise,
wait, what did we miss there?
Resolved them.
So more armor stuff. Let's see if anything's here. So right now he has a 0 defense. He has a 2 defense cloak, but it's been refined twice. So how much did that refinement even help? If it's only 2, that's not much.
So definitely something for them to tweak before launch, hopefully. Performance-wise, almost every...
What's up, OXFF Short? Metalori? I don't know what that means. But what's up? Welcome.
Everyone had that same smooth gameplay experience, but a couple people at the event did experience some crashes, which at least sounds like a minority. The team told these people that these crashes were a result of a known GPU driver issue with this pre-release version, which will not be an issue at launch when they have official drivers to work with. That is definitely a claim I wouldn't bank your life savings on, but hope...
Wow, he's saying that. Dang, he does. Like, I mean, they don't need to care, right? They've got millions of subscribers, right? What are they at? Yeah, 1.39. But he just doesn't care.
Right. But in regards to performance, I think that's pretty impressive. It seems the majority had a pretty happy performance experience.
Ooh, that's new.
And one cool detail I heard was one dev telling a player to stop what they're doing while they're up in the abyss and look around. And they were pointing out locations where a certain bit of a trailer was shot, where a boss battle is, where certain events happen. The world is designed for you to see it from a massive distance.
It's still
to
crazy
be able
to
to
me.
see something
I can't wait to experience this in game.
And go over to it.
It's gonna be
because
incredible.
There's a draw there. There's something waiting for you. So let's move into the sandbox section. The game started at the beginning of the game. The Greymane faction basically dissolved, broken up. Cliff, your main character, prominent figure in the Greymanes, survived that event, as well as a few other Greymanes did. Your goal is to sort of regroup and rebuild the faction, get revenge.
Okay, we're
You
gonna
might
skip some story.
region what's out there
We know the
doing,
story.
around the wells or capture quests, get it out, did properly, and really giving it effort, which is really impressive. One example was Luke Stevens talking about, well, he went up to two NPCs and was talking to them, and they commented on how horrible Cliff smells because he specifically had done a different quest line before that, interacting with some dead
What?
cows.
That's actually
So it
pretty
makes me
crazy.
wonder what NPCs would have unique lines for the condition that Cliff's currently in. Was it just
That's
that
awesome.
case? Or is it something that they've planned out for many different NPCs? It's a cool idea. Ultimately, it calls out the level of attention to detail, all the context considerations.
King, you're gonna get lost? Yeah, I think we all are.
I saw a load of unique mechanics talked about or, just shown on screen, so let's talk about them. One great example was light reflection, which is basically something we've seen a load of times.
Okay, we've seen that.
Go to generating heat in an ivy or brazier that's right there at the tower, kind of the.
Oh, did he actually light?
So you could just use an arrow that you light at a brazier that's right there at the tower, kind of.
But why does he keep showing Luke's footage? I'm confused.
Have intended thing to do. Just use light to generate fire.
Or did they not get invited to the thing? I thought they said they did.
Which is a cool idea. Much like, say, Breath of the Wild, there should be many ways to solve a problem. You just have to be creative, and you don't have to use the obvious, essentially dev-suggested solution. Another interesting detail of this sandbox then is the day and night cycle, the weather system. It's been said that it's dynamic plenty of times, right? But now that's been proven from this gameplay event. During the same situations, players were in rain or in daylight or in shadows from the sun or just at full at night. All doing the same thing, but in a bit of a different context, just to show that. It was Luke Stevens that highlighted the message system. So a unique message system exists in the game. So instead of magically getting information from a voice in your head or something, some characters want to tell you something or draw you to them or whatever it is. And so they'll send you a bird with a message.
Luke is actually one of the last ones I have on my list right here. Yeah, he's next. It seems like he's already pointed out some pretty key stuff on the narrative side, which is exactly what they needed the most coverage on, I would say.
Which will land on you, and then you'll have a prompt on the screen to take the message. And if you don't, the bird just sort of sits on you until you do, which is fun in itself.
That is pretty
I saw the checkpoint system. So seemingly using the ancient abyss technology we've seen in different trailers, fast travel options. These seem to be these special pads you activate by standing on them. From then on, that's now a fast travel point, but also a checkpoint, so you can quickly go back to it if you mess up the following section.
Yeah, okay, we know
Makes
that.
sense. So, it was for the touchpad button. This will instantly swap your POV from third person to first person for you to look around, which is nice.
He's got like Korean gameplay now. Like, where is their gameplay?
We've seen in other gameplay, players change the camera to be closer over the shoulder with Sim. But the core is quite straightforward. You have light and heavy attacks, so hold the button and it sort of automatically does attack combos and playstyles for their own purposes. You can pull out your bow with L2 to aim and fire. We've seen plenty of that. You can block with L1. And yes, there is like a deflection of...
I actually don't think they have their own footage. Did they take footage from everyone else? That'd be really interesting if that's what they did. But QT, game will be generational. Clearly, with this map size, it's over 200 hours of gameplay at least. I think so, and a lot of people are saying that it'll easily be 200. Kensu, Luke, oh, I lost you. Luke highlights bugs that he did not experience himself. Oh, okay, so he wasn't just a pure shiller. Okay, he had a flawless experience, unlike some of the others at the event. Okay, that's good to know. I felt like he was someone who was not gonna be super like unbiased. I thought he'd have a little bit of bias. King, I wonder if you can place animals at your camp and stay there. Apparently you can. Like that's the whole reason of you stealing other like goats and stuff. You can take them back to your place and then breed them. But Kensu, I don't think he did it himself, so he's pulling it from everyone who did go. Yeah, exactly. He was the smartest there as well. Don't forget, lol. Who was the smartest there? Are you saying Luke was?
Perfect parry timing if you do it at the last moment. L3 was the force palm skill, at least in the early gameplay. The Abyss abilities seem varied and complex. I heard offhanded mention of the ability to slow time, so maybe you change what's on L3, like what's currently equipped, but what we saw a lot of was the force palm skill, which allows you to strike with great force. This costs spirit to trigger it, it would seem, and you can use it to push objects, operate special devices like the whole Abyss button pressing.
I think I'm actually going to skip these the rest of this, since they didn't
and so that was the most commonly used, I guess.
What's this, though?
If you're an over-prepared player, you'll have brought good equipment and resources, and maybe...
Okay, but yeah. Dragon's Dogma, not it. All right, Luke Stevens, let's watch this. Oh, he's got an hour and 37 minutes. We're not going to do that. That is long. Okay, we're gonna skip. We're gonna do that tomorrow. It's already 11:45 here. I'm gonna do one more, and then I'll call it there. Jor Raptor, I hear his is really good too. And then we got Lualdi. All right, and some Luke G stuff. All right, so let's watch the Crazy Gaming, and then I'm gonna call it from here, guys. This will be our last one.
Long swords, dual.
We got Bujo, high-end PC and PS5. I heard was running great. What about everyone else? That is what we've heard from all of these, and then I've seen the minimum specs look like it's looking pretty good. But QT, Luke was puffing his chest out a bit that he knew all the puzzles as other creators didn't. I mean, a lot of people seem like they struggled like really hard. Kensu was surprised Cowboy had more problems than Luke. Yeah. I don't know what their main games are. I know the last time I watched Fighting Cowboy was on Armor Core. He did all right. That was a pretty skill-based game.
Wield access, you can swap to other playable characters, GTA 5 style, even have them join you in combat, plus lots more that I've seen in the 5 hours I spent with the latest build of Crimson Desert. By the way, shout out to Pearl Abyss for the opportunity. We had the event in Amsterdam the other week, during which we got to play the first 4 hours of the game and then another 1 hour and a half or so of the late game.
So
there's lots I want to talk about in this video. Just keep in mind that all the footage that you're seeing here was recorded from the first 4 hours. For the end game portion, we were allowed to play but not record. However, I can still talk about pretty much everything I've seen in it. Now, one of the first things that caught me by surprise the moment I got control over my character was how much weight and realism is baked into just movement in general. Especially
but yeah, Bujo, what I've heard is that you can run on the PS5 Pro, I think it's you can run 4K and you can easily get 40 frames. And if you just put it like quality instead of like max quality, it goes up to 60 or something like that. I'm sure someone else in the chat might know more than me. Might be able to drop you.
Actually, once I got to travel on horseback for a little bit and look out for the enemies.
But I heard like 1440, you'll get 60 frames.
My immediate thought was Red Dead 2, and I really hate making that comparison because obviously the games are very different, but it definitely seems that Pearl Abyss was striking for a little bit more than just an arcadey feeling. There's definitely a
settings input,
at least for the keyboard and mouse. Pretty much every single button can be remapped, and you do get a warning in case you remap a button function that already has something associated with it, but you can also reset it back to default. However, unfortunately, at least from checking the footage again, I'm not seeing anything similar to the controller itself. So this makes me believe it's absent from the game, or at least from the build I played altogether. Hopefully it will eventually get added to the final version of the game ahead of launch, and if it does, I'm going to keep you guys posted. But I will have to say I really appreciated the fact that we can equip a lot more weapon types and weapon combinations than
like no one else was changing their armor. They were all base Cliff, and he looks like he's set up nicely, even though he just pissed off the whole crew by throwing a body there. That's crazy. Vin, you wonder if there's going to be a demo version? Yeah, King mentioned there will be no demo. They don't want to try and get someone in on a demo. Because honestly, I don't think demos would actually sell well. I don't think it'd be able to convey this game well enough. But QT, very.
I thought initially. So just to name a few, with Cliff alone, he can use two-handed long swords, halberds, spears. I'm pretty sure that at some point
we have not seen anyone actually use the two-handed sword, so this is good to see that. And it looks pretty good.
Over there I used, and he can also dual wield swords as well as axes at the very least, and even combine them with one another, so it's totally possible to have a sword in one of the hands and an axe in the other one.
There you
for
go,
some unique
King.
animations, not just having two at the same time. The way that is done is pretty much from the menu wheel right here. So you have these 3 weapon slots at the top. Yeah, the one on slightly to the left side only.
All right, this is a great breakdown. Whoever said, oh no, this is Crazy Gaming. I don't think anyone mentioned them. I just saw it. This is a pretty good breakdown so far.
Handles two-handed weapons like long swords, halberds, spears, and so on. But then you have the other two, the one in the middle and the one to the right side. Each one of them controls one of the hands. So for example, you can totally swap out the shield for a different offhand weapon, like maybe an axe or another one-handed sword. And yes, before you ask, you can totally change these in the middle of combat, even go back to shield if you want to. You are going to have a slow time duration during it, but there's also probably some type of attack over there that I haven't yet fully mastered that automatically switches between weapons by performing certain combos. I haven't quite reached that point to be quite as proficient at it. And another
and there was that one skill that makes it so you can instant change weapons and you do an attack with it, which seems pretty cool.
thing I noticed is that there are slight
King, would you want to do dual swords or dual axes or one of each? What would be your primary there? Or are you just gonna base on maxing the stats?
differences between some of the weapon types depending on the character you play them on. So for example, the dual wield axes that in this case Cliff uses have different animations and attacks compared to the ones that Unka gets to use, because he also has his own versions. Now, in terms of the button scheme, because we were talking about that, I will have to say that playing on the controller was much more efficient and easier for me than it was on the keyboard and mouse. You can play on both of them, but it definitely seems that the controller has a little bit of an advantage over there. Even though you do have a lot of button combinations, they do make a lot of sense. So you have R1 and R2 as your light and heavy attack, then you have X as your sprint button. If you press it repeatedly, it kind of works like in Zelda. So if you press it twice.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be a lot of, okay, learn the basics, have muscle memory. Okay, this is my combo, my typical combo. Then, okay, now we're going to do like a square and triangle kind of thing. It's going to be a lot of that, I'm sure. But, yeah, we're going to see. Bujo, the skill tree is fire. No, it looks awesome. I can't wait. And King's going to do the dual swords probably. Okay, nice. They made 2 demos for gaming conventions. I believe Caveman played one of them. Not sure if it was the Gamescom 2024-2025, but the demos were Boss Rush and the Siege Battles. Yep, exactly. So yeah, I played the one for 2025 Gamescom. Prefers keyboard arcs. Prefers keyboard and mouse, but again, they come from BDO. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, and he said he prefers mouse or controller, and I think it's been a pretty big mix. Some people liked it on controller, some liked it more on mouse and keyboard. So it'll be interesting. I'm gonna probably have to try both for a little bit.
You get a sprint 3 times is the highest sprint basically, but also consumes more stamina. Circle obviously is your dodge. Square is the jump button, which means you may want to.
Ooh, he did the blind. He blinded him.
Circle obviously is your dodge. Square is the jump button, which means you may want to or may have to use the claw to play.
Whoa, he did the full combo. I think he actually used the blind and Vesimate or whatever that skill was.
With a controller.
That was pretty cool.
And of course,
that did so much AoE. Like, that was surprising. I would imagine that's like a single target.
Circle obviously is your dodge. Square is the jump button, which means you may want to.
Yeah, because he's like, that's, I don't think that's the regular combo, the side to side like that.
Or may have to use the claw to play with a controller. Cool. And of course, triangle will be your melee attack, your fist attacks. And then you also have L1, which is going to be your shield block or parry, depending on the weapon that you use. Also, using the lantern with L1 is also possible. And then R2, which is your ranged option.
Look at the attack speed. So you went to the dual wield sword, or two-handed sword. He blinded them and then did that combo, and you're swinging quick. That is a really cool combo.
This case with Cliff, that was the bow. And obviously...
That's awesome. That's a really cool one, I think. Okay, then we got QT saying that the ready for siege in this game. Yes, that was the coolest part. It was so freaking epic when I played that on the Gamescom. Judge has got a two-part message here. Maybe. Some people like myself deep dived on those demos and figured out a good amount of the features, but the majority were still having a rough time making what sort of game at Crimson Desert, which the devs later acknowledged that the demos wasn't the best way to convey the moment to moment gameplay you'll be having in the game. Yep, exactly. I think, I don't know how I would set up a demo for this. Like, you'd actually have to build a standalone demo that kind of gives you a good tutorial into the boss fight, into a siege, to really show all the elements. I really don't know. What are you most excited for, Judge? I'm really curious, since you're also you've played it and you're really into it and watch all the videos. And King Ghost, I think Dual Blade is gonna be crazy fast in combos. Yeah, especially if you do the blind. Like, how do you do the blind? And you just, I don't know, that'd be sick. I can't wait to see it.
It's not just this, you have button combinations. So for example, if you press both R1 and R2, so both heavy and light attack, you perform a completely different attack. If you combine some of the face buttons like circle and I believe it was triangle, you would perform the glint move, which kind of blinds people, and there's a follow-up to it that you can then use with a heavy attack to do this slow time animation. If you use X and square at the same time, it's basically the grapple attacks, and you can chain them one after another. Like,
all right, that's awesome. That was the best throw we've seen today. All right, he knows how to throw someone off a cliff.
In the end game, I unlocked all three of these, all the three chains, and it was absolutely crazy how many body slams you can back-to-back chain. And I'm pretty sure they give you a bit of immunity window over there if it's not against the boss. But that's just some of the examples. You can then also combine the face buttons with R1 and R2. So if you press R...
All right, he has the best combat breakdown I've seen so far, for sure. That'd be really, really quite interesting. Judge, I guess pushing the game combat to its limits, given I do consider this game as a combat sandbox game. Yeah, nice. Judge, so I'll play it as such. The rest is just a cool bonus to have. Nice. Rock plays big. Hey, bro, I'd love to support your journey. I can connect you with a top Twitch streamer. Connects to thousands, has 60. Okay. All right. I would love that. I'm always a little bit cautious of these. You know, there's a lot of people just saying that, and they're just nothing big. But yeah, I mean, email me if you're serious. I'd love to have people help out, but I'm sorry. I just I mean, I can message the Discord maybe, but we'll see. I'll say Oprah sent me. All right. But Bujo throwing people off the cliff with Cliff. Yeah.
R1 and
okay,
X, for example, you will perform a completely different chain of attacks, and the same goes for R1 plus square.
Wait, what did he just finished a challenge? Did he get another artifact off that?
You will perform a completely
challenges. Sword of Trials 4. Defeat 3 enemies at once using it turning slash. Okay, he has to do that. That's cool.
Different chain of attacks, and the same goes for R1 plus square, triangle, circle, and then R2 plus all of those. You get the gist of it. It goes absolutely crazy how many things you can unlock in this game. Which brings me to that next point.
I've been wondering how strong the giants are, the bigger guys. Like, do they hit hard or what?
About the skill system itself, and here is a full look at the skill tree itself just for Cliff, because I didn't have access to the other two characters in the recording part of the session.
Okay, we got QT. I'm most curious how much loyalty you can earn in respect to the 110 factions. Like, to what end? Especially when there's 110 factions and they don't all like each other, right? We're going to have to kill some factions to make other happy. And then can you become the king of Crimson Desert? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. But yeah, so it sounds like spam. Yeah, it probably is. Xenoblade. Hello, a game released in March being played all summer long. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, we have nothing. At least I don't have anything that I'm really interested in. Maybe the new 007, but I don't know. That comes out in May. We'll see. I'm hoping this will last me a lot longer. Arcade Show. Yo, there's 5 character slots. Where have you seen that? That'd be crazy if you've found a nice little secret there.
So you may,
Did I
because
miss that? Was that
I didn't
recently?
have access to the other 2 characters in the recording part of the session. So you may look at it.
Oh, you're saying like, because there's room right here for 5 character slots? Or I'm not sure what you're thinking. I'd love to hear your theory there. QT, Giants have to be OP. Always chilling on a wall. Yeah, they're always leaning back. Like, all right, come mess with me. Try something. I dare you. Xenoblade, very excited, anxious to see some PS5 gameplay. It will probably be good. I thought there was some PS5 gameplay by PlayStation that they dropped like a month ago. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I hear it's pretty good. QT, wait for you to mess up. Yeah. Bujo, I'm glad your comrades can help you later on. Some bosses look scary hard. Yeah, some of them do look pretty tough. Oh yeah, and Pragmatica just dropped their date, did they? They just moved it forward a couple days, right? It was like April 17th, now it's the 14th or something. I think it's too close. I'll be more focused on Crimson Desert probably still to jump on that. Arcade, you'll find the timestamp. Thanks.
And see that it's divided into 3 sections, but let me just tell you, it's actually a lot deeper than you think, because when you go on individual nodes, a lot of them can have 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 6 nodes that you can unlock within that specific sub-node category, and that is just for Cliff himself. There are lots of them in here, and the skill tree itself is split into 3 parts. The first one at the top, you'll consume it really quickly, but every single one of the abilities you don't like what you invested into, you can totally go ahead and do that. And by the way, you're going to get some of these extra abyss artifacts needed for this also from enemies as drops. Enemies when they hit you, plus much more on top. There's even like a veil of fog, which may or may not be useful for a stealth kind of build. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to fully play these being unlockable from some of these nodes. Also a very interesting one, which is the Nature's Echo. This is like one.
Yeah, this one looks so good. This is the one that I'm gonna really focus on. I think this Echo and then that blind with the target with the finisher. It looks so good. Bujo, a video came out showing 5 character slots. I think it was for horses and other animals. Thinking face. We don't know. King Ghost Wolf, I still have Diablo 4 expansion, which looks amazing, especially the Warlock. Okay, so you're gonna be busy also. I'm not. I didn't play Diablo 4. Wasn't into it. Wasn't into those anymore. I think the last game I played like that was like maybe one of the Boulder Gates or Champions of Norath. Gauntlet. You played Gauntlet. Did we talk about that last time, King Ghost? I don't know.
One of the easiest free DPS increases because it basically summons a phantom clone that mimics your last attack. So it's really stuff like your exploration mech you can. Now let's keep on going and let's talk about some of the other playable characters and how switching to them works. And also
so he got to the final boss also. So that's 3 of the content creators who've made it to the end.
Perspective of how they play has drastically shifted after getting my hands on. Unfortunately, it was part of the endgame session, which we weren't allowed.
Oh wait, did that actually work? Let's look what he just did. So he tried to blind him right as the enemy was coming to him, and then he did his sweeps.
After getting my hands on. Unfortunately, it was part of the endgame. Play has drastically shifted after
he did take damage.
Getting my hands on. Unfortunately, it was part of the endgame session, which we weren't allowed to record, but I can still explain it to you. So when it comes to switching to other characters, you have 2 possibilities. It's all done right here from this menu, where you also get to call your mounts from. So you're going to have Unka and Damian on the side of Cliff here that you can go ahead and select. So
so that's where you're thinking it's the 5 slots. Oh. Are you watching ahead of me? Are you just like seeing what I'm gonna be watching and you've been doing? I'm obviously pausing a lot too, so that's probably annoying for some people who don't like pausing. But okay, yeah, that's
if you
crazy.
Just go.
This game is going to take a lot of my time. The dual blade with the mimic skill, haha. Yeah, King. We'll see. QT, martial arts with the blinding sword. That doesn't work, brother. How are you blind? Judge, interesting. I've never seen the blinding flash with another weapon other than the sword and the shield. Yep. Wait, did he say Yan? Oh, Yan instead of Damien? Damien? I mean, I say Damien. Damien? I think that's how I'm pronouncing it. It's probably wrong anyways. Bujo, thumb. QT anime shoot? I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Referring to the blinding sword, probably. There could be additional characters after release. Yeah, especially
and
with the
switch to
like if we go back, I mean, yeah, it could be 5 characters because these are the same icons. So there definitely could be. And maybe I imagine they're going to have some DLC, right? And maybe these will be DLC characters. Or maybe there's a faction that we can already unlock them. We just don't know about. That'd be really cool. I'd love to be one of the first people. Can you focus your camera? It's kind of blurry. Oh, thanks. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's figure that out. Why is it blurry? Okay, I'm right here. Sorry, my camera is like pretty far away right now. And I did change my setup a little bit. I think that it should fix it. I don't know. Let me know. It looks good on my side. Okay. Oh, when I'm leaning too far forward. Yeah. Okay. There could be additional characters. For context, in the past, there was a playable character called Yan. Oh, Judge, the lore master of our chat today. Whoa. Yeah, he was a rogue dual dagger sort of dude. I feel like he's still in the game. He might just not be playable. Okay, yeah, he is still in the game and one of the main characters, but seemingly not playable. Wow, I just repeated what you said. Nice. Didn't seem to blur to me. Nice. Okay, well, as long as it's good now, that's all that matters. Bujo, slots are probably for soldiers. You can go and do stuff, perhaps. I don't think so, but we'll see.
That you can go ahead and select. So yeah, these characters kind of have their daily lives. So everything you're seeing here is obviously on the PC. We did play on 4K 60 FPS.
Performance?
They definitely nailed on this aspect, especially like sound design.
On that also,
the world is actually filled with a lot of locations. So the way this works is that the game is actually really huge. Here is a look at the map itself. It's only going.
Why does he have all those question marks? I don't think we've ever seen these question marks.
The game is actually really huge. Here is a look.
I wonder if that's because he got past that boss and then looked at the map. Maybe this is like it unlocks like here is all of the different places
at the map
we can take over
itself. It's only going to cover like,
but it doesn't cover all the way to that top right
portions I was able to discover early on, but it's absolutely massive. There are many outposts, many cities, many like small villages. There are many zones with a lot of
I mean, it just looks so beautiful, man. That's like every shot is like boom. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, Xenoblade, it was better? Okay, thanks. It might also just be Twitch. Maybe it's not coming through good on Twitch too. Sorry. It's because he's highlighting the skills found in the world. Oh, okay, skills. Okay. Apparently you can find skills instead of just unlocking them with the skill tree.
Like going on that you can liberate and whatnot, and a lot of NPC quest givers. Like the moment I jumped into my endgame session and looked at the same map again, I was already feeling lost. So again, it looks like this is going to be an absolutely massive game with a lot of things thrown in it. If you want to go for the side content. And one thing that you're going to want to know is that side missions are still important, because one thing they unlock is extra inventory slots. Pretty much every single side quest I've done unlocks at least one inventory slot, and trust me, you need it. There are so many items to collect in this game and so many armors. They all go directly.
I actually want to put that as a tip. Do side quests to unlock your inventory.
In your inventory, so you're going to need as much of that as you possibly can, which is why I would say side content in this game is important. I've also seen quite a large assortment of missions. Some of them involve like rescuing people from like enemy camps. Maybe those were a little bit repetitive because I'm pretty sure I've seen like 4 or 5 of them within the first 4 hours, but you also have some that may require you to liberate a specific town or a specific outpost, or find something of importance in the world like a unique artifact, all the way to completing puzzles that may unlock an ability. So there is a variety in terms of the content here, but obviously I was focusing a little bit more on progressing the main story and getting access to some strong stuff. On the subject of progression, it pretty much goes this way. So you can definitely buy some weapons from vendors early on. This is going to give you some basic version of weapons, you know, nothing special. But if you want access to a longsword, for example, even if it doesn't...
You know he's been stealing stuff. Anyone who has a mask on, they have been stealing things.
have a special attack on it, it's still going to be really strong. Like the one I bought from the initial blacksmith or whatever vendor was next to the smithy in the starting town, that was already a really strong option to have because of the way its attacks worked. But beyond that, when you defeat bosses, you get even better version of weapons, because pretty much all of the bosses I've seen drop their own unique weapons as well as one of the abilities that they were using against you on that weapon. So just to show you an example, this boss right here that I was fighting in one of the goblin camps, yeah, upon defeating him, he dropped his one-handed sword, which I could then go ahead and use, and some of my attacks would now unleash the same wave of...
Who was asking if the abilities come with the weapons? There it is, folks. That looks so cool.
Damage that he was using against me in combat. We've seen this from the previews, but there are many others out there. In the endgame, for example, I've seen a really strong one for Damian, pretty much a rapier that when you would perform jump attacks and other types of attacks, it would call a bunch of lasers that would penetrate enemies and deal a ton of damage against them. That was actually really awesome. Yeah. But there were many more, like you've seen that a ghost spear that unleashes like a large AoE cone of projectiles that sometimes even the enemies themselves cannot, you know, protect against. And if you have like a boss with a really big body, that's going to absolutely wreck them. Speaking of bosses, we have tested about 10 of them in total.
That's really cool. Like, this guy got it further than anyone else, I think, and been able to show that. Okay, so our arcade, Breath of the Wild on crack. Yeah, I think Rhea, when she was in here, she would have agreed with you there. Xenoblade, hope we can extend the stamina bar, because it seems to deplete incredibly fast. Yes, you can. I think it had like 40 skill points you could put into it, so you could have a huge amount of stamina. And I imagine there's going to be some cool secrets that we can only get from jumping from the top and gliding like a super far distance. I'm definitely going to be trying to find those. If you guys find them, share them in the Discord. That'd be awesome. Arcade, you know, now that I think about it, the game has controls akin to an MMO, but on a controller. That is true. That is true. QT, starting from the bottom, I mean, I get it. You have to get it how you can. Starting from the bottom, I mean, you get it. You have to get it how you can. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but starting from the bottom. I don't know which bottom. It's getting late. Sorry. Judge. Yep. Those are the boss inherited movesets I spoke of. Yep. Nice. I don't think the Damian rapier lasers are from a boss weapon, because those are a standard skill for the Valkyrie class in BDO. Okay, Kenso coming in with the archivist from BDO. And then QT was saying, oh, when it comes to thieving, hey, you started from the bottom, you got to get it how you can, you know? Sorry, if I would have known that would have been a good connection.
That's how many we were able to play against in the presentation, 5 of which were in the end game, and we could load right before the boss encounters. And I will have to say that no 2 boss encounters ever felt the same. It always involved different strategies, different approaches, and definitely different levels of difficulties. Like the horn splitter you see right here was way easier than, for example, a giant mech robot I encountered later down the line. What? That if I were to hit normally, I would barely chip small amounts of HP from its feet. Instead, what I would have to do is climb upon its body and look out for specific weaknesses to destroy. That was actually the way to secure the win, unless you did something else.
Wow.
And it's just a couple of the examples. There was another one that pretty much spammed back-to-back water attacks, and it was quite annoying because he was also diving underwater. And it's just like one of the examples that stood out to me. But yeah, pretty much the strategy involved over there was highly different and very player skill based. To give you an example what I mean by that,
it doesn't seem like blinding them when they're already charged up, like their heavy attack works. So don't try to blind someone who has like attacks like that.
This enemy here, Horn Splitter, which is one of like the initial bosses you get to fight against, it only took me one try to take down, but after the event was over, I found out others took 5, 10, possibly even more tries, and some didn't even defeat it at all. And the only thing I've done different is I just got a couple of extra upgrades. That was basically it. I got the longsword, and I got that glint upgrade mechanic that slows down time and lets me unleash a ton of attacks in a split second, basically. And what that basically tells you is that you don't always have to super mega over prepare.
The blind work right there really well.
For a boss fight to defeat it. Sometimes it's just a matter of unlocking one single ability or get one single weapon to change your playstyle up, which may let you overcome that challenge that previously you may have found impossible to overcome.
You know what's interesting? When you're doing the glint, I don't know if you guys see this, it's also showing his heart.
Which may let you overcome that challenge that
I'm guessing like using archery against this guy might be really strong because like it's right there, or maybe like a bleed attack, like where your stab, maybe that's his actual weakness. That would be interesting if that's it. QT, yes. Bujo gives where the wind meets a run. Yeah, I hear there was some comparisons to that earlier.
So you may have found impossible to overcome, and it definitely felt like if I were to just look out for its move patterns and learn its attack patterns, I could probably defeat it with even level 1 gear, not doing anything else besides that. Going in pure raw, I could have definitely seen a scenario in which this boss could be defeated with a very like minimal type of character. I'm not gonna say that's going to be the same for endgame bosses. It's obviously going to be a completely different metric once we get.
So he ran out of spirit there. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like, if you only get spirit through kills, I feel like you're going to run out of spirit pretty hard. Is there a way to get spirit? Like, Judge, I'm sure you know. Is there any way to get spirit from other actions?
To get our hands on the game and reach that stage, but for the current time, this was the case for at least the start of the game. Now, we also have to talk about the wanted system. I do have another video coming with other explanations and secret interactions, but when it comes to committing crimes, not all crimes are accessible outright. You do have to work smart about it. So let me explain. When it comes to pickpocketing citizens or hijacking some of these horse carriages, you will need a bandit mask. Initially, for me, a lot of these actions appeared grayed out, and after asking one of the Pearl Abyss reps, I was told that I actually need one of these bandit masks, which luckily are quite abundant. You just have to defeat bandits and loot it from its body. There are many of them out there in the wilderness. Once you get it, you have to equip it on your character, and then you have to physically apply it to your face from the same menu wheel from where you switch your weapons and whatnot. So once you do that, then is when those actions become available to you. But I was told there was a second option, which is going low enough with the faction reputation or the regional reputation. I unfortunately didn't have, and I don't know if anybody had enough time to test all of that.
So, I think some people did, because someone racked up a debt of over 1,000.
So we're gonna probably have a bigger video on this once the game launches, but that was one of the aspects of the wanted level and the crime system. When it comes to randomly stealing stuff, like going in people's houses and like just scouring through their items and opening up their chests, that is possible even without this. At the very least, that was the case in this footage right here. You can see every other type of crime can be done at any given time. So
what do we got? Xenoblade. So many of us are going to break loose from the story tutorial and hit that wilderness ASAP and see what's out there. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are, Xenoblade. I think what I've mentioned earlier was just I'm going to go unlock the Greymane's camp, and then I'm probably never going to be seen in the main storyline for a good while. Unless I find some other reason that it could be beneficial. King Ghost Wolf, I see that too, so you might be right. Shoot, I missed that. It was a while ago. Kensu food. That longsword is OP. Yeah, it is. Judge, I know potions seem to recover spirit. Ooh, okay, potions. I also recall a move under the blinding flash stance, recovering as well. Okay, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he was just trying to blind him. Even though he knew it wasn't going to blind him, he was charging his spirit. That would be interesting. The greenish glow per kill also seems to increase spirit as well. Yep. And then QT, I think you can meditate. Yeah.
If you like, I don't know, destroy property, that's going to count as vandalism. If you attack guards, they will obviously all group up and attack you if they are in range and they see you. And the more you commit crimes and the more that bounty goes up, the more the region will be affected, to the point that you can have like a whole region being affected by your bounty. So wherever you go in that region, obviously you're going to be hunted by authorities. This is, by the way, only specific to the character that commits the crime. So if you swap to the other playable characters, they will obviously not have the bounties. So you can just continue the regular way, but it may affect some of the things you get access to. Citizens also cannot be eliminated, so like regular non-combat NPCs cannot be attacked. They will, however, react in fear and even run away and retreat and whatnot, but I haven't found a direct...
I think he's incorrect here. I think they can. We've noticed that as long as they don't have a quest, you can kill any of the NPCs, right? Food. Food can heal your spirit, yes. But overall, consumables seem to increase spirit in some form. Yep. Okay, good to know.
Way to actually take them down. So,
so one of the content creators was showing like how he's just beating the hell out of like some farmer lady. It's just so brutal.
I don't know, maybe there's an indirect way of doing it, maybe fire or environmental damage, but currently I didn't discover it. Everything else, though, is fair game.
You know, that is crazy. None of them played with the elemental system at all. Like none of them went in the health tree at all. They all focused on the combat side.
Talked about is how much of the environment is destructible. Like pretty much you're gonna find like trees, parts of the vegetation, camps, structures. A lot of stuff can easily be destroyed in this game, especially since the physics engine here is really top notch and really useful. Like even in combat, if you cause enemies to bump into each other, if you throw a target into another, they will obviously react and bounce off each other, and it's going to be useful because that means it disables their defenses.
Oh my gosh. Okay, how much do the giants actually do? Like how much damage did that actually
enemies
hit?
To bump into each other if you throw a target into another.
Oh, he's already at like a quarter health. And then he gets hit. I mean, it chucks. It's like easily maybe a sixth of his health. That's you don't want to get hit by one of the big guys. That hurts. Arcade, can you kill NPCs in town? I think so. I think that's what other people are saying. I think they probably respond though. QT, no, but you can RK them. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe QT. Go off that. Bujo, you gotta be Chef Ramsay to stay on point with your spirit. Oh, yeah. Just munch, munch, munch. Chop, munch. Well, I think there's a small cooldown, right? For when you're eating. But, I mean, it's just management, right?
Can actually be thrown and managed like ragdolls. But like I said before, it's not just in terms of the combat where the physics engine comes into play. It's also, of course, puzzle solving and exploration. So at some point early on, you're going to get this grappling hook that you can activate with L3. And it's not just that you get to attach it to points that you have to move. You move your... One of these pillars gets... You do have access to secrets, to all of the things that you're able to...
See, he didn't care about the puzzles either. He didn't mention one time that the puzzles were too hard. It might just be a skill diff. I don't know. Some people might just be bad at puzzles.
To perform. Overall, I have to say I came out even more impressed about the game out of this event than before it. There were definitely many things in the game that got me really excited that I haven't seen in gaming for a long time, and having them into one package really gets my hopes high that this truly ends up being the game that we always wanted to be. So if I were to make a list of pros and cons at the current time, even though you're obviously going to have my full review on the 18th once the embargo lifts as I'm playing the game, obviously in terms of pros, I have to say combat was definitely a highlight for me, really engaging on that side. Great progression system, interesting characters, top-notch sound design, and superb open world with good performance on the high-end hardware. As far as downsides, I will have to say maybe the systems seem a bit overcomplex for some players. Maybe facial animations not being quite high up there.
I would say that's actually something I haven't heard anyone mention is facial animations. Like they honestly can look pretty subpar. I was expecting a little bit better because like Cliff looks good. Like some of the characters look fully motion capped, and I don't know if the rest are.
It's a bug. I'm still having reservations about low spec hardware performance, and finally, open world may feel overwhelming if you're thrown in the middle of it, but not all of these are cons to me. I, for example, enjoy an overwhelming open world. That is just the type of player I am. I just wanted to list it for those who may not be of the same opinion. Anyway, again, full review will be out on the 18th as I'm playing the full game right now. Once again, thanks to Pearl Abyss for the opportunity, and obviously expect a lot more in the upcoming days, and especially after launch. Thanks so much for watching, and until next time.
Well, that was a solid guide, I'd say. That was a good first impression. Everyone, I think that's it. Let's see what's in the chat, and then we're going to call it there. Midnight 30 here. Good night. We saw a lot of stuff. I'm so pumped. And that was a great, he pumped me back. I'm like ready to go. Let's go. All right. You got to be Chef Ramsay. Yeah, that's where we were. QT, they said it would mess up the storyline for Cliff. I don't remember what that was related to, but you can cook at any cauldron, though. The Liberation tutorial area had a cauldron over the fire among the goblins, where some of the creators went near and said cook. Yeah, I did see, and you could learn cook from a book. I saw that in a couple of their tutorials, or in a couple of these first impressions. What's with the birds, the white ones? That's the messengers. Yeah, Kensu's got that already answered. It's one of the god people, the spirit people from the abyss, sending messages to us. Judge, I think they all are, but perhaps they had to cut corners budget-wise. Okay, you're talking about the motion cap. Given the game is so packed with content. True. Cliff, a.k.a. Jon Snow from Bujo. Nice. Kenso's talking about the messenger doves. Judge, the game's debut and engine showcases had more realistic-looking graphics, and now they went with what I call stylized realism. And honestly, I think the stylized realism is perfect. I really think this is what you need. I almost feel like people don't want true realism anymore. It's almost not the cool thing. It's almost like the meta is to be a little bit more stylized. And I think that's one thing that they got going for themselves. And it looks beautiful. QT, the puzzles don't seem that difficult. It appeared that the creators that got to try the game felt rushed due to the time constraint. That is also a true thing, too. And especially since it was linear then, and they're all trying to like get as much content so they can have better videos, I could feel the pressure. Yeah, 100%. That's a really good point. So it didn't mean that they were dumb, all right? They were just rushing. All right, QT, trying to be nice to everyone. Nice. Judge, Arcade. Arcade seems to be the White Crow NPC, just hopping off Cliff's back. Okay, yeah, just answering above. Awesome. Well, everyone, thanks for joining. Holy crap, we got 52 people in the YouTube, 7 on Twitch. Thank you guys all for joining us, just watching some first impressions. This is going to be awesome. I'm going to try and take everything from these videos that we've watched and make tips from what we've learned. So that's the next video I'm doing right now. I'm already got a list of 10 to 15, so that'll be cool. We'll be live streaming again tomorrow. I don't know what time. I'll probably try and wake up and immediately hop on it, so it might be in the morning UK time, roughly maybe 10 hours or so. But that's what we're going to be doing. And then we are holding a giveaway, so I'm going to be giving away 2 copies. Deluxe edition, too. I'm trying to amp it up. Everyone's giving away these copies, and I was already thinking about doing it, but everyone beat me to it, so I have to raise the ante. So that'll be on my X. Make sure you get on the X so that you guys can see how to do that. Join the Discord. We can chat, share cool videos of stuff that we haven't seen yet. Love to. Some of you guys know a lot of stuff. It'd be awesome to just bounce ideas off of you guys. And when we get in the game, I'm gonna be in voice chat. Let's play. Let's find some cool stuff together. Let's grind. But otherwise, that's all I've got, everyone. Thanks again for joining. This is crazy to see 52 people here. Yeah. Anything else? Check the chat one last time before I pop off. Yeah, that's it. All right, everyone. You guys have a great day, great night, and I'll see you guys next time. Caveman logging off.